Chapter 123. Seeing that Du Yuanqing was about to attack, Yang Qing reflexively crossed his hands in front of his face to block. He prepared to use his wind ability to dodge. In the end, he didn't feel any wind. No, there was wind, but it couldn't support him. This time even Yang Qing was stunned. He didn't feel the wind under his feet and immediately felt that Du Yuanqing's attack was about to land on him. It's over. He thought to himself, not good. Then, just as he was prepared to be electrocuted. But nothing happened. Ha! The wind that he wanted to use didn't appear and he thought it was his own problem. But the opponent's attack didn't land on him either. What was going on? Yang Qing put down his arm in confusion and looked into Yuanqing's direction, only to find that he was also staring at his hand that was flashing with lightning with a strange expression. The same puzzled expression. Ha! The two of them noticed each other's movements at the same time and stared at each other. Then they saw the puzzled expression in each other's eyes. They were both stunned for a moment. But very quickly, Du Yuanqing controlled the main attack and realized that his lightning ability couldn't be used at this time. The opponent's appearance also showed that his ability couldn't be used. He immediately pulled out the pistol on his waist. Seeing Du Yuanqing pull out a gun, this was no longer a joke. Yang Cheng's scalp exploded and he turned to run. Yang Cheng's gun had already been taken away by Lin Qiao, so he could only take a beating. But when he turned around, there was a lake on one side and a grassland on the other. It was too late to run to the grassland, but the lake was closer. He immediately made a decision and jumped into the lake. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang in the air, and there was a wave of echoes and vibrations. Plop! Then there was the sound of water. Yang Qing jumped into Lin Qiao's lake. But soon, the ripples on the surface of the water were dyed red. Lin Qiao couldn't see, but she quickly smelled blood. She immediately knew that Du Yuanqing's bullet had hit Yang Qing, but she didn't know if he was dead or not. Hit! But he jumped in. Do you know what's at the bottom of the lake? Long Qingying quickly rushed to the side of the lake and looked at the blood on the surface. She stared into the water. Yang Qing was nowhere to be seen. She turned to Lin Qiao and asked. Lin Qiao thought about it. It seemed like there were no other creatures down there besides the vines. She shook her head. He stood by the lake and looked at the ripples. He didn't know if Yang Qing had fallen into the lake. Will become what? He didn't get hurt when he went down, but the other zombies went down. Unlike Xie Dong, who had turned into a strange zombie. Just like the wind zombies, they were directly sucked dry. What would happen if a living person went down? Lin Qiao indicated that she did not know either. This lake was much more mysterious than she had imagined. Du Yuanyuan walked to the lakeside with his gun. The three of them stood in a row and stared at the rippling water. Isn't this your space? You don't know what's under the water. Then why did you throw me into the water? Du Yuanqing felt that Lin Qiao shook his head, indicating that he did not know what was under the water. Lin Qiao glanced at him and didn't say anything. No, he didn't write anything to respond to him. Long Qingying held her saber and stared at the surface of the lake. The three of them silently stared at the water for a minute, only to find that the ripples on the water kept moving. It wasn't calm. In the past, this lake was calm without any ripples when there was nothing in the water. But now, it kept moving. This clearly told the three people on the shore that Yang Qing must have encountered something in the water. Only after 10 minutes did they see an object slowly float up from the deeper part of the water. Looking at the clothes, needless to say, everyone recognized that it was Yang Qing. But at this time, Yang Qing was floating motionlessly on the water, with his back facing up and his face down. And what made people feel strange was that he didn't float like a normal corpse. Most of his body was submerged in the water, only his head and chest were above the water. Instead, it was like a very dry piece of wood, his whole body floated up. It seemed like this wasn't a corpse, but a hollow piece of plastic or a sponge. What's going on? He's dead. Yuanqing's expression was also strange as he stared at Yang Cheng's body that was above the water. And Lin Qiao smelled Yang Cheng's body. There was no smell of a living person. He was indeed dead. But at this time, her mind was thinking about other things. This lake had soaked a dead person. Before, it had soaked zombies, and now it had soaked a dead person. Should she still drink the water in this lake in the future? Although she knew that the energy in the lake could purify the virus, and this lake wasn't small. But this was a little hard to accept. Drinking water soaked in dead people and zombies. She had been bathing in the water before. Why didn't she feel disgusted when she drank the water soaked in her own body? Wasn't this drinking her own bath water? Lin Qiao, fuck. She suddenly felt a little disgusted. What should she do? Just as Lin Qiao was imagining herself soaking in the water and drinking water or cooking food for the little boy. She comforted herself that it was okay, the lake was so big. There was also a lot of water, so she couldn't drink her own bath water, and she avoided the place where she often bathed. At this time, Yang Cheng's body seemed to be pushed by something, and it was pushed towards the three of them. Is there something in the lake? Seeing this, Yuanqing and Long Qingying both subconsciously took a few steps back. They pointed at the floating corpse and said to Lin Qiao in bewilderment. Lin Qiao came back to her senses and found that Yang Cheng's body was getting closer and closer to them. Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand and took off her sunglasses, and looked directly with her eyes. She immediately saw a long faint shadow at the bottom of the lake. It was very thin, and it was like a tentacle, pushing Yang Qing towards the shore from under his body. Seeing this, Lin Qiao was no stranger. It was the green vine at the bottom of the lake. But how did Yang Qing die? Did he drown to death? Or was he shot by Yuanqing? Seeing Yang Cheng's body getting closer and closer, it stopped at the shallow water less than 3 meters from their feet. The vine immediately shrank towards the bottom of the lake. Lin Qiao bent down to pick up her pants, took off her shoes, and stepped into the water. Although Yang Cheng's body was about 3 meters away from the shore, the water here was very shallow. After Lin Qiao walked down, she went to Yang Cheng's side, and then dragged him to the shore. After reaching the shore, her pants were still wet. But she didn't care. Instead, she immediately squatted beside Yang Cheng's body to study the cause of his death and his current abnormal appearance after death. Chapter 124. After dragging Yang Cheng's corpse in front of them, the three of them felt that the scene in front of them was somewhat incomprehensible. Of course, Lin Qiao had some guesses. From the moment she dragged Yang Qing out of the water, she felt that something was wrong. A moment ago, he was still alive and well, but now, he had turned into a corpse without any life force. But he wasn't as heavy and silent as a normal corpse, he was very light. When Lin Qiao went into the lake and reached out to pull his clothes, she felt that his weight wasn't right. He was a man about 1.7 meters tall. He wasn't fat, but he wasn't thin either. He was at least 120 kilograms, but when she dragged him, it didn't feel like she was dragging 120 kilograms. It felt like he was half as light. He was very light, about 50 to 60 kilograms. This wasn't the weight of a normal dead person. After a person died, they would weigh more than when they were alive. But this Yang Qing was very light. What was going on with his weight being reduced by half? Moreover, his skin was shriveled and his muscles contracted. It was as if all the water in his body had been sucked dry. Not only was his blood drained, but all the other fluids in his body were also drained. What What's going on? Was he sucked dry? Du Yuanqing's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Qing, who had become a dried corpse. Thinking about 10 minutes ago, this person was still talking to him normally. But now he suddenly became like this. It felt so scary. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dead people before, but the ones he saw the most in the apocalypse were of course dead people and zombies. But he had only been dead for a few minutes, and he was sucked dry like this. It was a little horrifying. Long Qingying also looked at Lin Qiao with a strange and puzzled expression. What's in this lake of yours? Eating people. Du Yuanqing also stared at Lin Qiao, his eyes filled with fear. He thought about how he was also thrown into the water. Lin Qiao looked back at the two of them, stood up and put on his glasses. Then he wrote 2 words on the paper, ghost. Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing, was there really a ghost or was he just fooling them? But no matter if it was real or just a bluff, there must be something terrible in this lake. The two of them marked the lake as dangerous at the same time. Du Yuanqing squatted down and poked Yang Cheng's facial muscles. It was found to be very hard, like a dry tree trunk. Is his energy core still there? Could it have been sucked away as well? He asked. Lin Qiao and Long Qingying also looked at Yang Cheng's twisted head. Lin Qiao suddenly squatted down again. The claws on his right hand lit up. Seeing her flashing claws, Du Yuanqing subconsciously jumped up and took a step back. Lin Qiao glanced at him, then turned around and waved his hand. The claw slashed towards Yang Cheng's skull. She didn't say that she didn't feel any energy from Yang Cheng's body. It was as if all the energy in his body had disappeared. It wasn't like the time when he was captured, when he was brimming with energy. Pooh! With a soft sound, Yang Cheng's head was sliced open like a watermelon. Then, they saw something interesting. Yang Cheng's brain, even his brain, had shrunk into a ball. It also had a dry and shriveled texture. Lin Qiao couldn't help but poke at it with her claws. She found that it was the kind that was dry, like a sponge that had absorbed water and then dried. It was hard. She directly dug out the brain and held it in her hands to break it. Very easily, she broke off a small piece of powdery brain. Lin Qiao, what the hell was this? How did a good brain become like this? She continued to break it, and soon the whole brain was broken into pieces by Lin Qiao. A dull white crystal core appeared in her hands. Lin Qiao just squeezed it lightly. This crystal core, which was similar to a corpse core, shattered into powder. There wasn't even a trace of energy fluctuation. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying, it turned out that not only had Yang Cheng's flesh and blood been sucked dry, even his energy had been sucked away. Lin Qiao clapped her hands and stood up again. She closed her eyes and looked outside. She found that Huo Wu was still guarding outside with some people. This time, they didn't search randomly, as if they knew that they wouldn't be able to find him. Perhaps after Lin Qiao directly brought Yang Qing in, Huo Wu was sure that Lin Qiao, the spatial ability user, was here. So he decided to keep guarding and start wasting time with Lin Qiao. He didn't believe that she wouldn't come out of the space. He knew that living people could enter the space of many spatial ability users. But the length of time varied, depending on the level of the ability or other factors. In any case, it was impossible for her to stay inside forever. There would come a day when she would come out. Of course, Lin Qiao would come out, and very soon. She directly turned invisible again, and then quietly sneaked up the building next to her. When she ran to the top of a 7-story building, she directly came out of the space. When she came out, she was carrying 2 things in her hands. As soon as she appeared, she directly threw them downstairs. Then she quickly turned invisible again. Poof, poof, 2 strange sounds of objects falling were heard. It sounded like the sound of a human body landing on the ground, but it felt a lot lighter. Moreover, after these two things hit the ground, it felt as if a piece of wood had fallen onto a concrete floor. Before Hwo could react, he saw two humanoid objects being thrown in front of him like garbage. And he still didn't see the figure. Not to mention seeing, he didn't even notice anything. The people guarding around were also stunned when two humanoid corpses suddenly fell. They didn't know how to react, but they looked at Hwo's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Everyone was quiet and didn't dare to move. At this time, Hwo's face couldn't be any darker. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and the dark waves in his eyes surged violently as if something was about to burst out. The muscles on his face also twitched, and his teeth were clenched so hard that his cheeks bulged. Needless to say, everyone could feel the dark aura rolling around his body from afar. Moreover, the location of the two corpses was ingeniously thrown, directly to the empty space 2 meters in front of Hwo. This was a clear provocation to him, a slap to his face. So, everyone was silent. Hwo stared at the corpse in Yang Cheng's clothes, gritted his teeth, and tried to calm the anger and killing intent in his heart. Then he jumped down from the high platform, walked to the side of the two corpses and looked at them. Very good, in addition to Yang Cheng's corpse, there was also the corpse of a zombie. And whether it was Yang Cheng's head shell or the zombie's head shell, they were both shaved off. This meant that the zombie core inside had been taken away. While Hwo was looking at the two corpses, Lin Qiao on the roof had already jumped from one building to the roof of another. Chapter 125. Lin Qiao, who was invisible, felt that her body was even lighter. Therefore, it was not a problem for her to jump from the top of the building. She could jump from the top of the building to the bottom of the building, and the distance between them was about 7 or 8 meters. It felt as though he was flying. It felt great. After jumping a few times, Lin Qiao fell in love with the feeling of leaping. She was like a transparent human cheetah running on the top of the building for more than 10 minutes. Lin Qiao was already very far away. She was at least 10 kilometers away from Hwo. Then a white shadow quickly caught up from behind, but it didn't jump around like Lin Qiao. Qiao Lily was still standing elegantly. She flashed from one place to another and soon arrived next to Lin Qiao. Not far below, there were two zombies running next to her. When Lin Qiao saw her, he stopped. When Qiao Lily landed next to her, she crooked her finger at her. "Ah! Where are the two humans?" Qiao Lily stood next to Lin Qiao and called out to her. She saw Lin Qiao put Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing into the space. Lin Qiao took out her notebook and wrote, "They are going to follow me back to City B to find someone." "Ah! Back to City B." Qiao Lily looked at her strangely. "Didn't they come here to find someone?" Lin Qiao nodded and wrote, "The person I am looking for is now going to City B." So now they had to go back. She didn't know where Lin Feng and the others were. "Ah! You are going to bring those two people?" Qiao Lily asked unhappily. She didn't like humans, so she didn't like those two people joining her team. Unhappy. Unhappy. We can't have fun together anymore. Lin Qiao was speechless. Feeling Qiao Lily's childish mood, Lin Qiao felt helpless. Although Qiao Lily was very strong, but her character and mind might still be the same as before she became a zombie. She knew that Qiao Lily was repulsed by humans, so she had to take it slow. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for him. Not only did they want Qiao Lily to accept contact with humans, they also wanted Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing to accept the existence of zombies like them. They didn't harm people, but they didn't want humans to shout and kill them when they saw them. Lin Qiao thought for a moment, then wrote on the paper, "They are helpful to me, they can tell me a lot of information. Chiu Lily still looked unhappy. She pouted and turned her face to the other side. However, he didn't say anything else. Lin Chao smiled, knowing that Chiu Lily was compromising. She jumped to the ground and entered the space again. He appeared beside the two of them and patted their shoulders. Then, before the two of them could react, he brought them out of the space. The two people who were suddenly brought out had blank looks on their faces, not knowing what was going on. He's out. Ah. Where is this? Du Yuanqing reacted very quickly when he came out. He looked around and asked. Lin Chao took out his notebook and wrote, I'm more than 10 kilometers away from the place Huo Wu is guarding. He was going to drive to City B, drive. Oh, there's a car in your space. When Du Yuanqing saw that Lin Chao wanted to drive, he immediately remembered that he saw a light off-road vehicle in her space. A few zombies wanted to drive. Are you really a zombie? You're not a human in disguise, right? He turned his head and stared at Lin Chao. He really felt that Lin Chao was no different from a normal person. Except for the scars on her face. But after the end of the world, there were many people with scars on their faces, so it wasn't strange anymore. Lin Chao ignored him and disappeared in front of the two of them. After a while, she threw a car out, then she took out a barrel of oil. After filling the car's fuel tank, she sat directly in the driver's seat. Chiu Lily, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, immediately went to the passenger seat. It wasn't the first time that Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying saw this female zombie, just the clean and beautiful white princess dress was very eye-catching. Furthermore, she was a zombie. The two of them looked at each other. Long Qingying originally wanted to stay on the roof of the car. At this time, Lin Chao handed over another piece of paper. There's a zombie on the roof, you should sit in the car. Long Qingying, there's more. Wasn't she already sitting in the passenger seat? Long Qingying thought that the zombie Lin Chao was talking about was Chiu Lily. She looked at Chiu Lily, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a puzzled expression. Bang, bang, at this time, two light sounds came from the roof of the car. The two of them turned their heads and saw two zombies that were either level 3 or 4 lying on the roof of the car. They were staring at them with glowing eyes and drooling. Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing, these two looked like normal zombies. They had black eyes and were on all fours. Especially the way they stared at them, as if they were looking at two roasted ducks. At this time, Chiu Lily suddenly opened her mouth and screamed, startling the two of them and Lin Chao, who was about to drive. Long Qingying, Du Yuanqing, Lin Chao, what a test of the heart. This thought flashed through Long Qingying and Lin Chao's minds at the same time. Lin Chao was already a little used to Chiu Lily's occasional actions. After being called by Chiu Lily, the two zombies immediately turned their heads and sat properly. They were no longer looking at the two humans, but they were still sneaking glances at them from the corner of their eyes. So the two of them immediately got into the back seat of the car and sat properly. Feeling that there was a layer of roof between them, their hearts inexplicably felt a little more at ease. But then the two of them thought that the two zombies would directly pierce their claws through the roof from the top of their heads and then grab them. Lin Chao didn't care about the psychological activities of the two of them. He started the car and drove in the direction of another road in High City. With Long Qingying, at least she should know which road Lin Feng and the others took. This was also the reason why Lin Chao wanted to hook up with Long Qingying. At this time in High City base, Wu Qingyue brought his daughter, Xiao Yunlong, and Meng Yu back to their residence. As the leader's residence, it wasn't luxurious. It was just an ordinary 3-story building. Apart from the fact that the furniture inside had been replaced with some high-end and comfortable ones, the difference between the two other leaders was too great. The others either occupied the best and safest villa, or occupied the cleanest and best apartment on a tall building. Only he and his daughter lived in an ordinary small building. Of course, this small building wasn't just for him and his daughter. Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yu also lived here. The three of them had been together since the end of the world. Now on the surface, they were all good friends, roommates, and gay friends, but their relationship was a little complicated. It was like you love me, I love him, he doesn't love me, he loves him. For example, Xiao Yunlong liked Meng Yu a little, but Meng Yu had a better impression of Wu Qingyue. But Wu Qingyue's mind was only on his daughter, and he had no feelings for other women. He always saw Meng Yu as a little sister. Chapter 126. As for why these big shots wanted to live in this small building, it was because Xiao Budian did not like tall places, nor did he like big places. Therefore, Wu Qingyue, who was obsessed with his daughter, immediately changed to an environment that his daughter liked, so the other two also moved in. The building was not big and had 3 floors. On the first floor, there was a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. On the second floor, there was a study and 2 bedrooms. The third floor had a balcony and 2 bedrooms. As for Wu Qingyue and Xiao Budian, they lived in the 2 bedrooms on the second floor, although he really wanted to sleep with his daughter. However, Tiny Tot didn't like to sleep with others, so Wu Qingyue was chased to the next room to sleep. Although he had to visit his daughter's room 5 or 6 times a night before he felt at ease. Meng Yu lived on the 3rd floor. In their residence, other than the numerous soldiers standing guard, there was only the 2 of them. No other idlers came in. There were no nannies or servants. It was all because the little guy didn't like strangers. Even Xiao Liqing, who was Wu Qingyue's assistant and driver, was not allowed to get close to him. After entering the hall, Wu Qingyue put Tiny on the sofa and let her play by herself. Xiao Yunlong walked behind and said, "The news is still being verified, but it is judged according to the previous news. I reckon it's true this time. However, no one knows if Netherflame is really dead. Currently, everyone is guessing." Wu Qingyue sat on the sofa and poured a glass of water while saying, "They probably haven't received the news yet. Send someone to inform them about the Netherworld King's base. Let's not talk about their leader's situation for now. We don't know much about it either. It has yet to be verified. Let's see what they plan to do next." Xiao Yunlong nodded and said, "The news of the base has been confirmed, but the situation of their leader's family, should we send someone to support them? According to the time, they should be almost at the border of Zhe province if they want to escape." Wu Qingyue glanced at him and said, "First, ask Li Zhang and the others if they want to receive them themselves. It's easier for them to do this kind of thing. We'll just send them a small team to assist them." Xiao Yunlong nodded. Meng Yu sat by the side, holding a stack of documents in her hand as she listened to the conversation between the 2 of them. "Send someone to inform them tomorrow and see what they plan to do. Oh yeah, you still haven't found any traces of the zombie." Wu Qingyue gave his daughter a glass of water, then stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Xiao Yunlong glanced at Xiao Budian and Meng Yu, who was reading the information, before following Wu Qingyue to the kitchen. "I didn't find it. Are you sure it went south?" Wu Qingyue walked into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and took out some ingredients from the fridge to prepare dinner. He leaned against the doorframe and asked while holding his arm. After the apocalypse, solar energy was the only source of electricity. There was also a generator, but the generator needed gasoline to start. After the apocalypse, gasoline was scarce, and people rarely used generators. Therefore, Wu Qingyue could still use electricity normally every day. But now, everyone would use electricity at a fixed time. To save energy. After 5 years of construction, the base had improved a lot. The water and electricity in the center of the base could be used normally. In order to neutralize the zombie virus, every base was equipped with an important scientific laboratory. All the surviving medical scientists were gathered together to conduct various experiments. They tried every means to find an antidote or a way to neutralize the zombie virus. But in the past 5 years, in addition to catching a lot of zombies for experiments and sacrificing a lot of humans, there was still no clue. However, the experiment continued and did not stop. Wu Qingyue was washing the vegetables while heating the oil in the pan. After skillfully washing and cutting the vegetables, he began to stir-fry them in the pan. He said while stir-frying, "I feel that it wanted to go south." At that time, its direction and route had always been south. And it chose a shortcut, and only took a detour if it couldn't get through. Xiao Yunlong nodded, then said doubtfully, "But now the people I sent have no news at all. It seems that its whereabouts are too difficult to find." Wu Qingyue smiled. "Of course, it has a space. If there is anything wrong, it will immediately hide in the space. Can you find it?" Xiao Yunlong sighed and said, "You said it was so magical, I really want to see it with my own eyes." Wu Qingyue thought of that strange zombie, his smile didn't change. But there was also some interest in it. Obviously, he was still very interested in the zombie. If there was a chance, he also wanted to have more contact with it and learn more about the zombie. In fact, what he wanted to know more was how the zombie communicated with his baby daughter. By the way, I heard that Yang Jianhua, one of the former deputy leaders of Underworld King's base, is now hunting down the family of Dark Flame. I don't know if he will succeed. I heard that he has been eyeing Dark Flame's sister. This time he won't let her go. Xiao Yunlong suddenly thought of something and said. Wu Qingyue was busy in the kitchen while replying to him. "Don't you know that Yang Jianhua approached Dark Flame in order to get Lin Wenwen's heart? What life-saving benefactor, everything else is fake." Hearing this news, Xiao Yunlong froze for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. Very surprised, he asked, "Well, you mean the matter of Yang Jianhua saving Dark Flame a few years ago? Is there any inside story?" Wu Qingyue replied, "I only heard some news from the people of Earth Dragon Base. Yang Jianhua was actually a guest of Long Yubai's bed before the end of the world. Then Yang Jianhua followed Dark Flame after the end of the world, but secretly still had contact with Long Yubai, and it was a very confidential contact. So, what do you think? I heard that Dark Flame was besieged in the zombie city, and it was Long Yubai who sent people to help Yang Jianhua create an opportunity." Xiao Yunlong's eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Damn, you mean someone dug a hole for the underworld fire a few years ago and made her fall into it?" Wu Qingyue nodded and said in agreement, "Isn't that so, but I don't know if she knew about this before she died. Otherwise, she would have died of anger even if she was not attacked by a strong enemy." Xiao Yunlong sighed, "That's true. Hey, but you said that Yang Jianhua went for Dark Flame's sister. But you also said that he was a guest of Long Yubai's bed. What's going on? Doesn't he like men?" Wu Qingyue said, "Who said he only likes men? I'm bisexual, okay?" Thinking of Yang Jianhua and Long Yubai rolling on the same bed, Xiao Yunlong couldn't help shuddering. Hey, likes men and likes women. This taste is really enough. Chapter 127. The next day, someone knocked on the door of Li Zhang and the others' residence early in the morning. Who came so early in the morning? Lin Yu glanced at the other people in the room and asked. As he spoke, he walked to the door and prepared to open it. Maybe people from the Sea City base. Li Zhang said. He meant that the person in charge of the Sea City base was a civil servant or something. Lin Yu opened the door and saw two men in military uniforms standing outside. One of them they had seen before. He was the deputy leader Xiao Yunlong who was here before. Captain Huang. Why are you here? It's too early. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yunlong's deputy, Huang Ming. Huang Ming was standing outside the door with one of his men, and the two were carrying a few bags. Seeing Lin Yu come out, he smiled and handed over the bags. Oh, I have something to ask you. You haven't had breakfast yet. We brought this from the canteen for you. Eat it while it's hot. Lin Yu opened the door with a smile and politely thanked them as he took the bags. Thank you. Come on, bring us some breakfast too. Thank you for the trouble. Huang Ming walked in, but his man stayed outside the door and did not follow. Lin Yu watched Huang Ming come in before closing the door. Li Zheng pulled out a chair for Huang Ming and let him sit down. He curiously asked, "What troubled you to come so early in the morning?" After Huang Ming sat down, he looked at the people in the room and said, "Oh, you eat breakfast first. I'll tell you after eating. By the way, are you used to living here? Is it too crowded for 5 people? I'll change to a bigger room for you. Do you want it?" He did not immediately answer Li Zheng's question, but changed the subject. Lin Yu and Li Zheng looked at each other. Both of them had no idea what Deputy Huang was up to. Seeing that he insisted that they eat breakfast first, they let him be. They put the breakfast on the table and opened it. There were only a dozen steamed buns. But they were all white flour. This was a very extravagant breakfast. There were exactly 5 of them, and each of them only needed to take 2. Li Zheng took a bite of the bun and replied to Huang Ming with a smile, "Oh, it's okay. Don't bother. We lived quite well, but Lin Yu slept on the floor. It's not a big deal. At most, we'll step on it when we go to the toilet at night." Huang Ming laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, don't tell me you purposely stepped on his face." Lin Yu's mouth was stuffed with buns as he said, "If you dare, I can cripple their second brother immediately. Do you believe me?" Thinking about how he was lying on the ground at night, and how these guys kept stepping over his feet, he could totally kick them up. Good position, isn't it, right at their crotch? Pfft, Feng Mingyu laughed and said, "Brother Lin Yu, so this is what you think every time we step on you?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes and focused on eating his buns. The steamed bun wasn't big to begin with, so he finished it in 2 bites. After finishing the bun, he continued to nibble on the steamed bun. He said to Huang Ming, "There's no need. We men don't have any requests. Anyway, we won't be staying here for long. When our leader comes over, we'll move out." The others nodded in unison. Seeing that they were almost done eating, they were all drinking water from their cups. Only then did Huang Ming explain the purpose of his visit. He put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "I'm here today to tell you a piece of news about your base. You also know that the people of the Earth Dragon base have been coveting your base for a long time, and this time it's almost time to make a move. Your leader of the Death Flame asked you to come to our base in advance to cooperate. But our deputy leader received a message tomorrow morning. A few days after you left, your Netherworld King's base was breached." Suddenly hearing that their base had been breached, Li Zheng and the others immediately stopped what they were doing. At the same time, they looked at Huang Ming with a face full of disbelief. Impossible. Didn't they say that the operation of the Earth Dragon base would be 5 months later? How is it possible that they attacked as soon as we left? Moreover, our base won't be breached so quickly. Our leader is very strong. Feng Mingyu's eyes widened, and she blurted out with a face full of disbelief. Her tone was filled with panic and anxiety. They knew that the people of the Earth Dragon base had joined forces with other bases to attack them. Even their leader felt that the Netherworld King's base might not be able to protect itself. That was why they had come all the way to Sea City base in advance to seek cooperation. The original intention was to find a location in Jia province to build another base. However, because there were a lot of people in the Netherworld King's base. Therefore, they wanted to seek cooperation from Sea City base first, asking them to temporarily take in the women, children, and ordinary people in the Netherworld King's base who had no fighting power. They didn't need a good place to live, even a big shed would do. As long as they could have the protection of the base's big walls, it was fine to live anywhere in the base. After the doomsday, every base built a big wall that was 20 meters high. All the humans in the base were protected inside. It also prevented the invasion of ordinary zombies. Therefore, the leader of their base planned to send some people to Sea City base first, and then collect men with stronger fighting power and strength to build a temporary base next to Sea City. Then, they would go to Xia province to build their own base. In fact, the Death Flame had already sent people to discuss this matter with the 3 leaders of Sea City. This time, they finally sent Li Zheng and the others. Looking for Wu Qingyue was just to make a final confirmation. They randomly found a location for the temporary base, and when the first batch of people arrived, they would start building it. At that time, Sea City would also provide manpower to help. Of course, the Netherworld King's base would also provide some materials in exchange for help. The news they received was that the Earth Dragon base would make a move in 5 months, so using these 5 months to move most of the people away was about the right time. However, now the man in front of him told him that their base had been broken in a few days after they left. It had already been broken through. They had left the base to come here, and it had only been a month since they left. According to what he said, it had already been more than 20 days since the base was destroyed. Moreover, their leader, deputy leader, and most of the experts were still in the base. How could it be broken through so quickly? Everyone had the same thought as Feng Mingyu. They all didn't believe it was true. Huang Ming said, "Don't worry, there is a reason for this. You actually don't know, one of your 2 deputy leaders, Yang Jianhua, is actually an undercover agent of the Earth Dragon base. He leaked the news of your base and our base to the Earth Dragon base, and then brought the fake news that the Earth Dragon base would make a move in 5 months to your leader. That's why it became like this." Impossible. As soon as Huang Ming finished speaking, the other 5 people immediately said in unison. Chapter 128. Li Zheng was visibly agitated. How could it be the deputy chief? It can't be Deputy Chief Yang. Who in Hades doesn't know he saved the chief's life? The chief treats him better than he would his own brother. How could he be a spy from Earth Dragon? Impossible. It can't be. Captain's right. How could it be Deputy Chief Yang? He's like a brother and sister to the chief. He's been good to the chief too. How could he harm the chief? Lin Yu said, shaking his head. His expression was the same as everyone else's. Huang Ming looked at their excited faces and sighed. Did your Deputy Chief Yang tell your chief that Long Yubai joined forces with the leaders of Skyfire Base in Yunnan and Sichuan to attack your base? And 5 months from now. Do you know how many people have come to attack your base in half a month? Earth Dragon, Skyfire, and Sangyin Base. Including Long Yubai, there were as many as 5 level 7 arcanists. Yang Jianhua also drugged your chief's water to suppress his discipline. The others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what Huang Ming had just said. Logic told them that as the right-hand man of a deputy chief, Huang Ming had no reason to lie to them. Their leader must have sent them to tell them this. When they didn't speak, Huang Ming continued patiently. I know this is a big blow to you, and you don't want to believe it. But we've already verified it, and you'll know soon enough. There are 2 more pieces of news I want to tell you. One good and one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news. Bad news. They all spoke at the same time, but their choices were different. Li Zheng looked at them, and they quieted down. He turned to Huang Ming. Then let's start with the bad news. We already know the worst. What could be worse than the destruction of your base? Huang Ming nodded and said, I just said that Earth Dragon sent 5 level 7 ability users this time. So, your leader was besieged. Under siege, she couldn't control her discipline. We've burned half of your base, and many of your people have died. After that, she was chased by the 5 to the former Dongqing district of the coastal city and self-destructed her energy core on a cliff. It was said that 2 of the 5 level 7 adepts were severely injured and 1 was killed. However, this news still needed to be verified. At the very least, we only know that the nether flames self-destructed. But no one saw it with their own eyes. Everyone sent people to find the location where the nether flames self-destructed. Hearing this grievous news, Li Zheng and the others were speechless. Their leader was besieged to death by 5 level 7 experts. What did that mean? Wouldn't that mean that all the leaders of the 3 bases were gathered together? 5 against 1, even if their leader was very strong. But he couldn't beat 5 of them. In such a situation, it was normal for them to drag one of them down with them by self-destructing. Impossible. This was impossible. Even if our leader can't beat him, he can still run away. Her ability was so special and powerful. Even if there were 5 of them, it would not be that easy to kill her. Why would she choose to self-destruct? If she dies, what will happen to Captain, Madam, and Miss? Lin Yu murmured with a dull expression. Yes. The leader won't die. She won't leave her family behind. Li Zheng's eyes also lit up, and he said with some kind of inexplicable hope. Huang Ming then said, This is the good news. Because of your leader's efforts, her brother Lin Feng's family, her mother, and her younger siblings have all successfully escaped. But now they are being hunted by Yang Jianhua. Our information only tells us that they have entered the Min province. We haven't found out anything else yet. The others immediately looked at him and said, You said that Captain's family has escaped, but why are they being hunted by Deputy Leader Yang? Why would he do that? Li Zheng, Lin Yu, and the others did not believe that their leader's family was being hunted by Yang Jianhua. Because their leader's family used to be like family to Yang Jianhua. Why would Yang Jianhua go after them? Was there any humanity left? Huang Ming said, Whether you believe it or not, our information is true. And our leader is preparing to send people to help Lin Feng and the others immediately. He sent me to tell you the news. The other thing is to ask for your opinion. Do you want to go and help Lin Feng and the others? After all, they are in a very bad situation now. Go. Go. Let's all go. Yes. We must go. I want to see if it was really Yang Jianhua who did it. As soon as Huang Ming finished speaking, the others immediately responded. They did not believe what others said, so they could only go and see with their own eyes if it was true. Huang Ming nodded. Well, we will set off in the afternoon. This time I will lead the team to help. Although our people may not be able to deal with Yang Jianhua. But we can deal with his shrimp soldiers and crab generals. With your participation, we will also have more strength. Huang Ming was only a 5th level ice superpower. But his ice superpower was also very powerful, so Xiao Yunlong sent him with dozens of elite troops to help Lin Feng and the others. And Li Zheng was also a 5th level superpower, so it would naturally be more convenient for him to join. I still don't believe that the leader will die. She won't die. We not only have to pick up Captain and the others, but we also have to find the place where the leader self-destructed, Li Jing said. Yes. The others nodded. That's right, how is our other deputy leader now? Feng Mingyu suddenly asked. Huang Ming replied, Are you asking about your deputy leader Yuan? He doesn't seem to be dead, and he seems to have been missing for a month. So now it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. But according to our information, he disappeared when the Earth Dragon base came to attack the city. That is, when you left, you lost any news of him. The others looked at each other and asked strangely, "You mean, Deputy Leader Yuan also disappeared on the day we left? What's going on?" Huang Ming shook his head and replied, "We're not too sure about this. This is the information we received. But on that day, there was no news of him. Maybe you can check it yourself, or the truth will come out later. As long as he can still appear." The others could only nod unwillingly. Perhaps there was some inside story, otherwise how could their deputy leader disappear for no reason? Otherwise, according to his personality of controlling the leader, even if he died, he should not let anything happen to the leader. That's right, he was controlling the leader. No, it should be said that he was controlling the dark fire. Chapter 129. Yuan Tianxing, the Nether Flame controller, was in despair. He never thought that Yang Jianhua was an ingrate. He actually colluded with the Earth Dragon base to betray Hades base. That day, he secretly sent Lin Yu and the others away and was about to return to the base. He inadvertently discovered that Yang Jianhua quietly left the base and went in another direction. It didn't feel right for him to appear outside the base alone at this time. Everyone now knew that the Earth Dragon base was ready to attack Hades base. Everyone was on guard. Who would run out of the base, especially Yang Jianhua, the deputy leader of the base? Of course, he was the same. But his purpose was to escort the subordinate sent out by the leader to carry out the mission. What about Yang Jianhua? He had always disliked Yang Jianhua. One was because of jealousy, the other was because of his attitude. He was jealous of Yang Jianhua. He was so good to him. He protected him for everything. Although he was not his biological brother, he was better than a brother. It was because he saved Netherflame's life. As someone who had a crush on Netherflame for many years, Yuan Tianxing disliked Yang Jianhua very much. In addition, Yang Jianhua used the support of the Lin family to secretly do a lot of things. He established his own force. These Netherflames only turned a blind eye to it and even found excuses for him. Therefore, when he saw Yang Jianhua suspiciously appearing outside the base, he of course wanted to go and find out what was going on. But he did not expect that the person he went to see was Long Yubai, the leader of the Earth Dragon base. He was the deputy leader of the base. Why did he go to see the enemy's leader alone? Yuan Tianxing, who felt something was wrong at that time, immediately approached quietly. He wanted to find out what was going on. As a result, he saw the two men being intimate. At that time, he was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Why did he see his colleague and the enemy's leader hugging and kissing each other? And it was two men. Well, two men after the end of the world, this was nothing. But in terms of position, they should be enemies, right? Since when did they get together? However, before he could figure out what was going on, Long Yubai, who was a level 7 arcanist, discovered his existence first. Thus, they began to fight. As soon as the fight began, he, a level 6 arcanist, fought against a team of level 7, level 6, and 3 level 5 arcanists. Of course, he had no chance of winning. Therefore, Yuan Tianxing, who had been missing for a month, was only captured. He was locked up in a place that no one knew about. Fortunately, Yang Jianhua didn't know that he had a secret weapon, so after locking him up for more than half a month, Yang Jianhua finally released the secret weapon. Thus, Yuan Tianxing quietly escaped. But it was too late. After he escaped, he heard the news that the Netherworld King's base had been breached. Their leader had self-destructed and perished together with the enemy. Only the leader's family escaped. The self-destruction of the nether flame was a huge blow to Yuan Tianqing. It was normal to feel heartache when the woman he had a crush on died. But he was a mature man, so, after the pain, he would not let go. Very quickly, he endured it and heard that the nether flame had forcefully sent his family out. Now, her family was being hunted, and the person who was hunting them happened to be Yang Jianhua. Therefore, Yuan Tianqing dragged his injured body. He planned to help Lin Feng and the others first, and then find Yang Jianhua to take revenge. He was injured by him and Long Yubai and was locked up. Now, it was Yang Jianhua who killed the woman he liked. He had to take revenge. Therefore, whether it was to take revenge or to save Lin Feng and the others, he had to find them first. After that, he would make other plans. Therefore, after escaping from the place where he was locked up, Yuan Tianqing followed the news and chased after Lin Feng and the others. After chasing for a few days, they just happened to reach the Min province. At this time, Lin Qiao was guided by Long Qingying. They searched for information along the way and chased after them. After chasing for 2 to 3 days, they quickly caught up. However, they didn't catch up to Lin Feng, but Yang Jianhua's troops. At the same time, they were now back in the Zhe province. Because Lin Qiao and Qiu Lily were both high-level zombies, especially Qiu Lily, who was a very powerful level 6 red-eyed zombie. Therefore, the journey back was as smooth as when they left. Long Qingying and Du Tianqing didn't even know why Qiu Lily had red eyes, because they had never heard of it. Level 6 zombies had red eyes, and almost everyone who had seen a level 6 zombie had died. Therefore, Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing had always thought that Qiu Lily's red eyes were a mutation. Lin Qiao and the others stood on the top of a 10-story building, looking at a position a few hundred meters ahead. They stopped there. It seems that we lost the direction of the commander again. Du Yuanqing stood beside Long Qingying, looking in that direction from afar. There were a few heavily armored vehicles parked in a plaza. They used the weapons installed in the vehicles to clear the ordinary zombies on the plaza, and then the people in the vehicles appeared one after another. Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying stood together, and on the other side were Lin Qiao, Qiu Lily, and Junjun carrying the little boy. The two people subconsciously kept a distance of 2 meters from the 3 zombies. The little boy and Junjun were released by Lin Qiao in the past 2 days. They were delicate, and it was very boring to keep them in the space. At first, Junjun knew that Qiu Lily might control her, so she was a little afraid of Qiu Lily. Later, she realized that she seemed to be very obedient to Lin Qiao, so she was slightly relieved. Lin Qiao stretched her ears to listen to the direction of the vehicles, but didn't hear the conversation over there. They had caught up with these vehicles, and they had caught up with the others this morning. Catching up with them meant that they were in the right direction. This meant that Lin Feng and the others were also heading in this direction. But after following them for a day, Lin Qiao didn't see the Yang Jianhua that Du Yuanqing and the others were talking about. These days, whenever Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing talked about the Nether Fire Leader, she would stretch her ears to listen. She felt very strange now. A person with the same name as her, but with a different identity and experience. But the name of her relative was the same as her. This made her very confused. So she really wanted to see her relative as soon as possible, whether they looked the same, whether they were the family in her memory. If they were really her family, then it was the other Lin Qiao. She also wanted to know what was going on. Lin Qiao pointed in that direction, then pressed Junjun's shoulder and sent her into the space. When she came out, she turned around and jumped from this building to the roof of another building. Then, it quickly leaped to another building, heading in the direction of those cars. After Lin Qiao moved, Qiu Lily immediately followed her out. Chapter 130. Du Yuanqing and the other two silently watched the 2 zombies leap over the roofs of the buildings. The two of them could only use their legs to run downstairs. When they reached the bottom of the building, Lin Qiao was already not far from the plaza. She stopped on the roof of a nearby building and entered stealth mode. Then, he jumped down from the top and approached the heavy-duty military vehicles. After clearing the zombies on the square, the people got off the car and formed a few groups, walking to the side where there was a place to hide. It's been suffocating, now it can finally be solved. That's right, if we don't make a move, we will enter Haiqing's territory. I don't know what Chief Yang is thinking, can't he just kill them all? And he wants to capture them alive. What do you know, he actually doesn't want to kill Lin Feng and the others. Maybe they will be useful. What use? Is it because Lin Feng and his family were very good to him? So he wants to keep them alive. TCH, don't talk nonsense. He has his reasons for doing this. We should quietly finish peeing and go back. Hurry up. Listening to these people going to pee together, Lin Qiao finally understood why Yang Jianhua chased so far. So he wants to capture his brothers alive. But why does Yang Jianhua want to capture them alive? Lin Qiao couldn't figure it out, so she turned around and quietly moved towards the cars. Then she found the car in the middle, stepped on the outer steel frame of the car, and silently flipped to the roof. She leaned against the air vent and used her ear to listen. Have you confirmed the location? Report, it has been confirmed. It is in a warehouse 2 kilometers ahead. Don't get too close, Lin Hao's ability is very strong, he will easily discover our existence. You must maintain a distance of 500 meters. Especially not in a place with trees. Yes. It's almost time to make a move, Lin Feng is already seriously injured. This time without Lin Feng's obstruction, let's see how they can escape from my hands. The conversation below reached Lin Qiao's ears, the other sounds were very soft. But she still heard it clearly. She frowned. This man said that Lin Feng was injured. From his tone, he should be Yang Jianhua. But for some reason, Lin Qiao vaguely felt that his voice seemed inexplicably familiar. Maybe I heard it wrong. She didn't know this person, so why did she feel a sense of familiarity? At this time, the people who had gone out to relieve themselves had all returned to their cars. Bang, bang, the sound of car doors closing was heard. 2 minutes later. The car at the side started up and began to move forward. Lin Qiao hurriedly stood up, ran 2 steps and jumped lightly. He jumped from one roof to the other. After she jumped over, she saw the car that she had been eavesdropping on earlier. At this moment, it was also opened. Then the other cars also drove out, but not long after. Lin Qiao noticed that the cars were all heading in different directions. Lin Qiao jumped down from the car. Then, he ran up and kicked a tree by the roadside. Then, he leaped towards the nearest building with the help of the support. She didn't have the ability to jump more than 10 meters, but she could still jump a few meters. She jumped from the tree to the next building, which was 3 stories high. She directly showed her claws and clawed at the wall. Then, she quickly grabbed the corner of the wall and climbed up like a monkey. Soon, she directly climbed to the top of the building. Then, she stood at the highest point and observed the route of the cars. Slowly, she found that these cars, except for the one in the middle, slowly moved forward. The other cars all took a long detour and went around to the side. But the direction of their goal was the same. Lin Qiao stood on the roof and sniffed. Soon, she smelled a small human scent. It was coming from that direction. So, Lin Feng and the others were there now. Needless to say, the reason why Lin Qiao was so sure was because she smelled a few familiar scents. Very, very familiar. She didn't feel it before. Maybe she was just used to it. Or maybe her nose wasn't that sensitive. But she could still remember the smell of her family. So now that she had become a mutated zombie, her nose was a few hundred times more sensitive. This kind of smell was magnified a few hundred times. And these few scents were not only familiar, but she also smelled something else. That kind of intimate feeling, as if she had found her family. Family. Suddenly, two words floated in her heart. Lin Qiao's eyes under the glasses lit up. A green light flashed. Her eyes suddenly turned emerald green. And the light directly shone through the black mirror. If someone stood in front of her at this time, they would see a pair of light green eyes under her dark glasses. Lin Qiao was a little excited. She immediately jumped from the roof to the direction of the few scents. And at this time, in the factory that Yang Jianhua and Lin Qiao had locked onto. Lin Feng was lying in a corner of the factory. The little girl and the baby-faced Qing Wangxue were anxiously squatting beside him. The others also stood at the side, looking at him with a bad expression. A few soldiers who were also slightly injured and Lin Hao were guarding the periphery. They had their backs to Lin Feng and were looking outside to observe the situation. But their eyes would turn back from time to time, looking at Lin Feng with concern. Dad! Dad, are you okay? Sob, 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 Dad, don't die. The little girl lay beside Lin Feng and said worriedly with a crying face. Although Lin Feng couldn't move, he was still awake. At this time, he still forced a smile and comforted his daughter. It's okay, Xiaolu. Dad won't leave you guys, cough cough puff, but before he could finish his sentence, he coughed violently. Then, his expression changed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were shocked. Lin Feng, don't talk anymore. Sob, 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 Dad. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but cry. Qing Wangshue's face was also filled with tears, but her expression was fierce. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand and gritted her teeth, saying, I will definitely kill that bastard. He lied to us for so long. He has been deceiving our feelings for the past few years. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Sister-in-law, calm down. Big Brother was angered by him, so he had the opportunity to injure Big Brother. You can't let anything happen to him. We are almost in the area of Haiqing base. Soon, there will be people coming to support us. As long as Big Brother can hold on, when we reach Haiqing base, we can save Big Brother. Lin Wenwen hugged Qing Wangshue's shoulder, afraid that she would rush out in agitation. Chapter 131. This is too much. This is too much. How could he lie to us? What's worse is that he lied to Ah Qiao. Mother Lin, who was in her 50s but still had the charm of a 40-year-old, also had red eyes. Wiping away her tears, she looked at her son with a heartache, and cursed while gritting her teeth in frustration. Lin Wenwen's expression was very calm, but her eyes were somewhat sluggish. She sighed and said, maybe my sister still doesn't know about this. It's better if she doesn't know. If she knew, I don't know how sad she would be. Yes. Fortunately Ah Qiao doesn't know. But now Ah Qiao. Mother Lin said, but her throat choked again. I'm fine, don't worry about me. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Feng, who felt much better, moved his throat and said. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Hao, who was standing on the side and paying attention to the movement, suddenly changed his face. He said with vigilance, they're coming. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go. Saying that, he immediately turned around and quickly ran in front of Lin Feng. As soon as he spoke, the others also looked nervous and panicked. Lin Hao ran in front of Lin Feng, squatted down with his back facing Lin Feng. Lin Wenwen and Qing Wangyue immediately dragged Lin Feng up, and put him on Lin Hao's back. Mother Lin immediately picked up Lin Xiaolu and followed them out. The last 5 elite soldiers, holding their guns in advance, carefully went out to scout the situation. After clearing the ordinary zombies outside, they turned around and made a safe hand gesture to Lin Hao, so that they could come out. After they came out, Lin Wenwen and Qing Wangxue and the others surrounded Lin Hao, who was carrying Lin Feng, and Mother Lin, who was holding the child, in the middle. Then quickly left here. But they didn't go far. Soon they were blocked by a heavily armed military vehicle. The weapons on the vehicle were aimed at them. Lin Hao and the others had to stop. As soon as they saw the vehicle, there was no despair in their eyes, but anger and hatred. The killing intent radiating from Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen and the others became even more intense. Their eyes stared at the vehicle. The expression in their eyes was like they couldn't wait to take a bomb and blow up the vehicle in front of them. Dong! A figure very handsomely landed on the roof of the vehicle. Then he straightened his back and faced them with his hands behind his back. This person was dressed in a well-ironed military uniform with a military sword hanging from the belt around his waist. He wore white gloves on his hands. He was 1.8 meters tall and had slender legs. Her figure was quite good. On his face was a pair of long and narrow eyes with a sharp gaze. His eyebrows were slanted, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was a very good-looking man in his 30s. At this moment, he slightly lifted his head off the stage, slightly squinting his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an indecipherable smile. He looked condescendingly at Lin Hao and the others, who were in a very sorry state. Lin Feng, it seems like your situation isn't too good. I wonder how much longer you can hold on. I have medicine here, maybe it can save you. He smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng lay on his brother's back with his head lowered. He didn't see the other party's face. He just let out a low, cold laugh. There's no need. We will not accept the kindness of a swindler, and we will not accept the hypocrisy of a person who beat me up like this. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Lin Hao stared at him with a gloomy face and said, Yang Jianhua. You know how we've treated you these past few years. Be careful not to invite retribution for what you're doing now. He did not raise his face, but kept it flat and rolled his eyes slightly upward. He stared fiercely at the other party. Standing on the roof of the car, young Jianhua lightly smiled and said, Yeah. Look at how grateful I am for your kindness. That's why I haven't killed you yet. Otherwise, would you still be alive now? As he spoke, he saw the other cars. They came from all directions, blocking Lin Feng and the others' paths of retreat. Soon, Lin Feng and the others cleared out an empty area without zombies. Young Jianhua, you liar. You won't live long either. Do you really think that Long Yubai will hand over the Netherworld King's base to you? Don't be silly. Sooner or later, you will reap what you sow. At this time, Lin Wenwen, who still had a calm expression, stared at young Jianhua and shouted at him. Young Jianhua gently looked at Lin Wenwen. The smile on his face was very gentle and infatuated. He said to her, Wenwen, don't be willful. Go back with me. In the future, I will be the leader of the base, and you will be my woman. Then won't the base become half of your possession? Why are you so naughty? His expression was very gentle, but the words he spoke were like he was talking to a disobedient pet. While coaxing, he was calling the pet back to his side. Lin Wenwen only felt her hair stand on end after hearing this, and all the hair on her body stood up. She fiercely screamed, and then crazily scolded, Ah, young Jianhua, don't call me that disgusting. I'm telling you. Even if I die, I won't be together with a disgusting bisexual like you. This time, young Jianhua did not speak again, but the smile on his face disappeared. His expression was calm, but his eyes were staring at Lin Wenwen as if there was something surging. After Lin Wenwen screamed, she seemed to have come back to life. She had broken away from the dull and calm state just now. At this time, she was the same as Lin Hao. Her eyes were like a fierce wolf, staring at Yang Jianhua. Her eyes almost popped out, and her puffed-up cheeks showed that she was tightly clenching her teeth. And at this time, Lin Qiao was standing on the roof of the 3-story building beside Lin Hao. She stared at Yang Jianhua, her brain was throbbing with pain. It seemed like something was going to rush out, but it also seemed like it was trapped by something. She looked at Yang Jianhua's handsome and heroic face, and then turned to look at her family. That's right, it was her brother, her mother, and her little brother and sister. Even her niece Xiao Lu was there. They were all her family, that's right. But why? Why did she feel like they were different again? That's right, they had already spent 5 years in the end of the world. Even her little niece, who was only 2 years old, had now grown into a beautiful little girl. This was the difference. Time difference. Seeing her family, Lin Qiao was very excited, and just now, she almost showed herself and rushed down. But she still rationally stopped, and only stood on the building closest to them and watched. She first calmed herself down. Otherwise, with her current appearance, even if she didn't scare them, she would still be attacked by them. And she also thought that if she saw her family now, they were the family of the Nether Flame leader that Du Yuanqing and Lin Hao mentioned, then wasn't that Lin Qiao herself? Then why did she become a zombie now? And she didn't have any memories of the past few years after the end of the world. Could it be that she had forgotten? But how could she forget a few years of time? What was going on? Chapter 132. After confirming that it was his family, Lin Qiao felt a little confused again. But she quickly threw these questions to the back of her mind, because the situation below was very tense. And this Yang Jianhua, for some reason, gave him a headache whenever he saw him. But looking at the way he was coveting her little sister, she knew that he wasn't a good person. He actually dared to lay a hand on her family. Damn it! After slightly adjusting his thoughts, Lin Qiao's aura moved. A sharp killing intent overflowed. Yang Jianhua was expressionless and was about to say something to Lin Wenwen. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he turned his head. That pair of enchanting eyes, with a cold glint, shot towards Lin Qiao's position. Lin Qiao dodged subconsciously. When he dodged to the other side, only then did he realize that he didn't actually need to dodge. She was invisible now, so why would she be afraid of being seen by him? He felt that he had made another stupid mistake. No, Yang Jianhua's senses were too sharp. She had only released her killing intent in an instant. He had actually sensed it. It seemed that this man was not simple. Yang Jianhua looked strangely at the roof over there. He inexplicably felt a burst of killing intent coming from there. But apart from the killing intent, he didn't feel anything else. Could it be that his senses were wrong? Yang Jianhua thought it was strange and carefully sensed Lin Qiao's direction. But after sensing nothing, he retracted his attention. He continued to look at Lin Wenwen and the others. His action of turning his head just now also attracted the attention of Lin Hao and the others. But they did not know why he looked up the stairs beside them. Judging from his expression, he seemed to have discovered something. But he couldn't tell what it was. However, Lin Hao and the others did not notice Lin Qiao's direction because their attention was on Yang Jianhua. Yang Jianhua looked at Lin Wenwen and said lightly, "Wenwen, you refuse a toast. Do you want to drink as a forfeit? That's fine, I'll fulfill your wish." With that said, he suddenly raised his hand and waved it in Lin Feng's direction. An ice blade with rising cold air directly condensed in the air. It shot toward Lin Feng and Lin Hao at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that Yang Jianhua hadn't even finished speaking, he had already attacked. Lin Hao subconsciously took a step back with Lin Feng on his back, but Qing Wangyue suddenly took a step forward. Suddenly, he did a somersault and did a very neat spinning side kick. Pfft, gotcha! Yang Jianhua's ice blade was accurately kicked into pieces by her foot. But when she retracted her leg, her posture was a little unnatural. Lin Wenwen immediately supported her. He looked at her feet worriedly and whispered, "Sister-in-law, your feet." Qing Wangshue's expression was one of forbearance as she frowned slightly. He shook his head at Lin Wenwen but didn't say anything. However, anyone with a discerning eye would know that her foot was injured. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at his wife. Finally, he raised his head from Lin Hao's shoulder to look at Yang Jianhua. He coldly said, "It's fine if you deceived us, but you killed Ah Qiao. Everyone in the base knows how she treats you. Anyone with a bit of conscience wouldn't treat her like this. Was your conscience eaten by a dog?" The others looked at Yang Jianhua coldly. Yang Jianhua listened to Lin Feng's words and just looked at him calmly. He faintly replied, "Isn't it what she should do to me? Because I saved her life. Isn't that right?" His words made the others feel as if he had saved Lin Qiao's life. It was what he should do in the base for the past few years. Because this was his reward for saving Lin Qiao. Lin Wenwen angrily scolded, "Bullshit. If you hadn't cooperated with Long Yubai to harm my sister, how could she have been trapped in the zombie city for half a month without food or water? If it wasn't for your fake news, my sister would have rushed out of the zombie city. It's all because of you. You pretended to go back to save her. You said all this yourself, and now you still have the face to accept everything we did to you. Don't you have any shame?" As she spoke, her little face flushed with extreme anger. Her eyes bulged, her body trembled slightly, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. Yang Jianhua looked at the angry and agitated Lin Wenwen and suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha, yes, I said it. It was all arranged by me. So what? But have you ever thought that if it wasn't for me, Lin Qiao would have died 4 years ago? It was me who let her live a few more years. Originally, we planned to let her join Long Yubai's team and help him build the Earth Dragon base. But that woman didn't want to. Why? If she had listened to me, the current Earth Dragon base would be as big as the current Earth Dragon and Hades bases. She can also be like me now, a vice leader's position. And Long Yubai and I would learn to control the entire base together, isn't that good?" As Yang Jianhua spoke, his expression became slightly agitated, and he stretched out his hands. His eyes shone as he spoke to Lin Wenwen and the others. "Humph. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. From that chaotic situation, you wanted to build a base and be the leader yourself." Mother Lin had already put away the painful expression on her face and stared at Yang Jianhua coldly. "Fortunately, my sister was wise and didn't build a base with you. Otherwise, you and Long Yubai would have secretly thought of a way to get rid of my family and my sister." Lin Hao also spoke at this time. Yang Jianhua's expression froze, and then turned cold. When the others saw his expression, they guessed that Lin Hao's words were right. It turned out that Yang Jianhua had such a plan long ago, but Lin Qiao didn't go with Long Yubai. So he changed his plan and hid beside Lin Qiao. Yang Jianhua, who was right, stared at Lin Hao with a gloomy expression and said, "I've always wondered if you can sense other people's thoughts. It's too dangerous to keep people like you around. If you know all the secrets, then what else can be kept secret?" As he spoke, he flipped his palms that were originally stretched out, and his palms were facing up. He flipped them down and pressed slightly towards the void. Then, a layer of white cold air condensed in the air in front of him. Then, icicles quickly condensed, and the surface of the ice reflected bursts of dazzling sunlight. After a large number of icicles were condensed, young Jianhua didn't say anything. He suddenly crossed his hands in the direction of Lin Feng and the others. Then, the icicles in front of him turned into a shining white shadow and shot towards Lin Feng and the others. At this time, Lin Feng and the others, except for Lin Feng, who was originally injured, no one else could block these icicles. In addition, these icicles were too fast, and in the blink of an eye, they shot towards them. In addition, the speed of these icicles was too fast. In the blink of an eye, they shot towards them. These icicles were already in front of them. These icicles were already in front of them. Chapter 133. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was lying weakly on Lin Hao's back, suddenly propped himself up. She suddenly propped herself up on Lin Hao's back. He stretched his hands forward, and a raging fire suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The bright red flame formed a semicircle of fire. When the icicles were about to pierce them, it was in front of everyone in time. It also blocked the icicles outside the fire. However, the icicles that were outside the fire did not melt when they came in contact with the fire. Instead, they were nailed to Lin Feng's fire and were trying their best to poke inside. They wanted to poke a hole, drill in, and stab into them. Lin Feng's face did not look good. He gritted his teeth and held on with both hands. Although he knew that he could not hold on for long, he did not want to give up now. Because if he loosened his grip, the people around him would be shot by a large number of icicles. Step back. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to say 3 words to Lin Hao. Then, Lin Hao led the others and slowly retreated. They were retreating, but Lin Feng's fire barrier didn't budge. Instead, it was like he was competing with the icicles, trying to rush forward. So the distance between them and the fire was slowly pulled apart. At this moment, Lin Qiao was also very anxious to communicate with Qiu Lily, begging her to help deal with Yang Jianhua. That man was a rank 6 ability user, and he had not just entered rank 6. He was a max level 6 ability user, and was about to break through to rank 7. Lin Qiao stood on the roof and could feel the same sense of crisis from him as Xiao Budian's father. She could not deal with this man now, but she might be able to hold on for about a minute if she fought him alone. But it would be too difficult for her to save Lin Feng and his team from the hands of this man and his armored vehicles. So she wanted to ask Qiu Lily to help. Qiu Lily was a rank 6 king. Against a rank 6 metahuman like Yang Jianhua, it would be impossible. In terms of strength, Yang Jianhua would not be a match for Qiu Lily. But in terms of experience, Yang Jianhua was more cunning. So, the two were probably going to fight. The first time would probably be a draw. Even if Lin Qiao wanted to save people into the space, she could only bring them in one by one. He couldn't take in a large number of people at once. Therefore, she needed time to destroy all the weapons in the vehicles. Only then could they bring Lin Feng and the others away. At this time, Lin Qiao was observing the situation outside the space. She wrote on a piece of paper and showed it to Qiu Lily, who was standing beside her. Those down there are my family, I want to save them. But I'm not a match for that rank 6 metahuman, so you have to go. You have to help me. Otherwise, why would you stay by my side? Qiu Lily didn't want to go out and deal with Yang Jianhua. She hesitated again. She looked around. This was the first time Lin Qiao had brought her into the space. As soon as she came in, she liked the feeling it gave her. Lin Qiao stared at her beautiful red eyes, not knowing if it was because of excitement or anxiety. Her green eyes appeared again, peeking out from behind her sunglasses. Actually, Lin Qiao could see the color of Qiu Lily's eyes because they were filled with energy. Therefore, all Lin Xiao could see was red energy. This was the energy inside Qiu Lily's body. Qiu Lily couldn't see the color of Lin Xiao's eyes, but she could see two pale white eyes in the dark sunglasses. Sensing that Lin Xiao was really anxious, Qiu Lily thought for a moment and nodded. But she gave a cry and said, "Oh, I want to stay in here." Then, she pointed at her feet and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded without thinking. Now, as long as she made a move, she could do anything she wanted. Seeing that Qiu Lily agreed, Lin Xiao immediately brought her out of the space. Because she sensed that Lin Feng's situation had changed. Just a second before they left the space, young Jianhua suddenly waved his hand. Then, she saw Lin Feng's eyes suddenly bulge. He couldn't hold it in anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft! The hands that were blocking him loosened and fell in front of Lin Hao. His head tilted and he fainted on Lin Hao's body. "Big brother!" Lin Hao screamed. And when his hands loosened, the flame in front of them suddenly dissipated. The icicles that were originally blocked outside immediately pierced towards them. Coincidentally, Lin Xiao brought Qiu Lily out of the space. Seeing that Lin Feng spat out blood, the flame barrier was also broken. In a moment of desperation, she dodged. Then, she rushed towards them. And at this time, Qiu Lily also dodged and rushed towards Yang Jianhua. Two slender hands waved, and a gust of wind rose from the ground. Then, it surrounded the armored car that Yang Jianhua was standing on and began to roll up. "Oh!" Qiu Lily screamed. Her voice traveled far and wide. It was immediately heard by all the zombies nearby, and their whole bodies stopped. Then, they slowly turned their heads to look at Qiu Lily's direction. Then, each of the horrifying zombies had a confused expression on their faces. They lifted their feet and staggered towards Qiu Lily's direction. All the surrounding zombies seemed to be summoned and moved towards that direction at the same time. And when Lin Xiao saw that her family was in danger, she used her fastest speed to rush down without thinking. But her movements were still a bit late and her distance was quite far. Even if her speed was very fast, she couldn't beat Yang Jianhua's icicles. She was less than 10 meters away from Lin Feng and the others. Just as the sharp tip of the icicle was about to hit him, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Wenwen, Qing Wangxue and the 5 soldiers subconsciously blocked in front of Lin Hao, Lin Feng, Mother Lin and Lin Xiaolu. And when Lin Xiao saw that they were about to be injured, her heart became a mess. Just at this moment, a few people suddenly jumped out from the surroundings. And the ground under Lin Feng's feet suddenly shook. Then, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. It seemed to be very deep. Lin Hao and the other 11 people suddenly fell into it. All of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Mother Lin and Lin Xiaolu screamed. Puff, 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 the sound of ice breaking on the ground was heard. A few figures appeared next to the hole that had suddenly emerged from within a few tenths of a second. At the same time, young Jianhua was also shocked by Qiu Lily's sudden scream. When he reacted, he saw a blurry white figure rushing towards him. A strange gust of wind rose around him, swirling around him and the car beneath his feet. Chapter 134. Lin Xiao flashed to the edge of the hole, not knowing what was going on. She almost subconsciously took off her sunglasses, but fortunately, she quickly reacted and stopped her hand that was about to reach for her glasses. She craned her neck to look down. Leader. Deputy Leader Yuan. Du Yuanxing, who was a little behind, looked anxiously at the emotion division and subconsciously called out to Lin Feng. Then he suddenly saw someone standing on the other side of the hole. He immediately called out in surprise. Wen. Long Qingying also called out when she rushed over. Then she looked down. She found that although the hole was about 2 meters deep, the people at the bottom were fine. However, because of the sudden drop, they lost their balance and fell to the ground. It's Tianqing. The people at the bottom also looked up, not knowing what was going on. When Mama Lin saw someone, she cried out in surprise. Qing. It's you. At this time, Lin Wenwen also saw Long Qingying. At this time, Lin Qiao didn't care so much and jumped down. As soon as she went down, the people at the bottom of the hole immediately stared at her with vigilance. Who are you? Suddenly seeing an unfamiliar sunglasses man jump down, Lin Wenwen and the others immediately stared at her and asked. Ah, that who is he? We still don't know your name. Du Yuanqing wanted to come out and help, but he suddenly realized that along the way, this zombie didn't tell them his name. This zombie didn't tell them what his name was. Lin Qiao stood at the side, looking at Lin Feng with some worry. Hearing Du Yuanqing's words, she just casually glanced at him. But she ignored him. At this time, Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying both jumped down from the side of the hole, and another man also jumped down. Lin Qiao looked at him. This was a familiar person. And also a familiar person that had changed a lot. It was Yuan Tianqing. She didn't expect him to appear here. The man was 9 meters tall, and his body was very straight. He had a strong military aura, and was as strict, powerful and strong as Lin Feng. But his face was somewhat delicate and handsome, and his pair of phoenix eyes were very charming. There was some kind of inexplicable attraction. She had a high nose bridge and thin but beautiful lips. His slightly pointed chin made his face look somewhat delicate. His body was strong and sturdy, especially his long and slender legs. It was even more beautiful than young Jianhua's long legs. However, his temperament was very tough, and it suppressed the delicate look on his face. His relationship with Lin Qiao was actually very close. At least before the apocalypse, they were all in the same team. They were all comrades. Lin Qiao wanted to walk over to Lin Feng to see if his injuries were serious. But as soon as she moved, Lin Wenwen and the others immediately shouted to stop her. Who are you? Don't come over. They were already in a dangerous situation. Suddenly, a stranger ran out and wanted to get close to them. Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao stared at Lin Qiao. He's not a human. He's not a bad person. No. Pooh. Don't be nervous, he's here to help you guys. He said he knows you guys. Du Yuanqing looked at the situation and hurriedly said. Lin Qiao saw that her brother and sister were wary and repulsed by her, and her heart felt very uncomfortable. But she knew that now was not the time to talk about this. It seemed that in order to save Lin Feng, she had to first dispel their wariness. She took a step back and observed Lin Feng's situation. She found that the energy in his body was almost depleted. And there was a shadow on his chest, a faint dark color was condensing on his chest. Lin Qiao knew that his lungs in his chest had ruptured and was accumulating blood. Fortunately, he had vomited some just now, so the situation was not that bad. She took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words, I can cure him. Then she threw it towards Lin Wenwen. At this moment, because they were stuck in the pit, Lin Hao no longer carried Lin Feng on his back. Instead, he let him sit on the ground with his back against the cave wall. Mother Lin pulled Lin Xiaolu into her arms to protect her. The others stood in front of Lin Feng. Lin Wenwen did not catch the paper that Lin Qiao threw over, and only looked at her in confusion. Then he looked at the paper that fell to the ground. This person did not speak, but used a pen to write. Regardless of the situation at the bottom of the pit, Yuan Tianqing, who was standing on top of the pit, looked at the situation inside. He found that Lin Qiao really did not have any hostility, and the others were fine. Only then did Yuan Tianqing turn his gaze to the other side, and look strangely at Yang Jianhua, who was trapped by a strange wind. The strong wind swirled around Yang Jianhua's figure, like a large tornado. The eye of the wind was exactly where Yang Jianhua was, and there was a white shadow hidden in the wind. From time to time, it would rush out of the wind wall and attack Yang Jianhua in the middle. The wind was very strong, and very thick. The speed of the rotation was very fast, so when Yuan Tianqing looked over, Yang Jianhua's figure was already a little blurry. Yang Jianhua was still the same as before, and his strength was comparable to his. But now that he was suffering from internal injuries, he was not his match in a fight. But that white shadow that even he could not see clearly, Yuan Tianqing felt that it was very strong. It was the kind of energy pressure that only a level 7 arcanist would have. But the feeling that it gave off was slightly different from a level 7 arcanist. But Yuan Tianqing did not know what the difference was. "Tianqing, send us up first." At this time, Mama Lin suddenly said. Only then did Yuan Tianqing turn around and nodded to Mama Lin. "Yes, madam. Pay attention." As he said that, he took a step back and pressed his hands in the direction of the hole. Then he grabbed the air, as if he was holding something. Then he slowly lifted it up. At this time, Lin Qiao felt the ground under her feet shake, and then the ground under her feet that had sunk for some reason began to rise. The others seemed to be prepared for Yuan Tianqing's movements and the rising situation under his feet, and calmly waited for it to rise. As Yuan Tianqing's hands rose higher and higher, the ground under Lin Qiao and the others also rose higher and higher. From the moment Lin Qiao and the others suddenly appeared until now, there was no one rushing out of the surrounding cars. There was not even the slightest movement. As soon as Lin Qiao's feet touched the ground, he leapt up. She directly jumped up from below. Her jumping ability made Lin Wenwen and the others look at her in surprise. On the other hand, Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying were calm and did not pay much attention to it. At this time, young Jianhua was trapped in the wind and had already begun to go crazy. He had already seen what the white shadow in front of him was. It was a girl. And it was a zombie. She didn't look very old, but her attacks were very powerful. Chapter 135. Looking from the outside, young Jianhua's body was covered in a layer of ice. From time to time, there would be the crisp sound of something hitting the ice. Only young Jianhua knew what caused these sounds. It was the wind cones that shot towards him from the thick wind wall. Other people's wind blades were invisible, they could only sense and identify them by listening to the sound of them breaking through the air. And this girl zombie's wind cones were condensed from the wind wall. But he could see them with his eyes. They were small spikes that spun horizontally with small tornadoes. Being hit by this wind cone would not be as simple as a cut. Its rotational force could instantly create a hole in the opponent's body. Young Jianhua had never seen any wind element psychic that could use wind to attack from this direction. Even Hidden Cloud City's level 7 wind element leader Lu Zhuofeng did not have such a strong concentration of spirit. Controlling the large tornado wall, but also splitting some energy to control a large number of small wind cones. No one else could do this. While he was shocked by this girl zombie's strength, young Jianhua did not stay idle. He waved his hands inside the ice wall, and ice blades formed outside the ice wall and shot towards the white shadow. However, the girl zombie's body was hidden inside the wind wall, moving erratically. Young Jianhua's ice blades could not hit the target at all. They were all shooting randomly, and many of them were blocked by the opponent's wind cones. After Lin Qiao jumped up, he stood on the other side and watched Qiu Lili and Yang Jianhua's battle. He found that Yang Jianhua was completely suppressed by Qiu Lili. Unless he gathered energy and released a big move, it would be difficult to break the situation in front of him. After sending everyone up, Yuan Tianqing turned his head to look at Lin Qiao again. Then he shifted his gaze to Yang Jianhua's battle. Sure enough, Yang Jianhua quickly began to release his big move. A white light suddenly rose from his ice wall. A very strong energy gathered inside the ice wall. There was a faint premonition that it was going to explode. Qiu Lili, who was originally floating inside the wind wall, suddenly flashed out of the wind wall. She directly appeared outside and stood on top of a tree that was not very tall. Qiu Lili lightly stood on top of the tree, like an ancient martial arts master. He didn't know how she did it. Her eyes were fixed on Yang Jianhua, and her red eyes with dark circles were filled with a desire to win. His hands stretched out in Yang Jianhua's direction, and his fingers opened up to grab at the air. Following Qiu Lili's movements, the tornado surrounding Yang Jianhua began to shrink slowly. Poof, Kacha! As the tornado shrank, the edge of the car under Yang Jianhua's feet was slowly peeled off by the wind. While Qiu Lili's wind was shrinking, Yang Jianhua's ice barrier was slowly expanding outwards. Soon, a layer of ice armor formed on the entire vehicle, blocking the abrasion of the whirlwind. Suddenly, Yang Jianhua's ice shield, which was so white that his body couldn't be seen, suddenly expanded. Poof! It suddenly exploded. It directly blew up Qiu Lili's tornado. Pitter-patter, a large number of ice shards flew out and scattered on the ground. This sound attracted everyone's attention. Ah! That's a zombie. He could actually fight Yang Jianhua to a draw. Could it be the Zombie King? At this time, Mother Lin suddenly stared at Qiu Lili and said with a shocked expression. Mother Lin might be the oldest here, but she was an ordinary person without any abilities. However, her knowledge and eyesight were very sharp. Her words had voiced out the doubts in everyone's hearts. Moreover, he gave a confirmation message. Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen and the others were also looking at Qiu Lili in surprise. The people here had only ever heard of a level 6 zombie king, but no one had ever seen one. However, Madame Lin was certain that Qiu Lili was at the 6th level, and everyone could see it. Qiu Lili was very powerful. Mom, are you sure it's the Zombie King? Lin Hao squatted down and supported the unconscious Lin Feng. He looked at his mother and asked with uncertainty. Your sister once said that the eyes of a king have color. That's because the energy is leaking from the eyes, and it can't be concealed, which is why it changes color. Mother Lin continued to stare at Qiu Lili and nodded in reply. Really? So that's what a zombie king looks like. Other than the eyes, it looks like a normal person. Cheng Wangxue also said at this time. It seemed that the pain in her foot had subsided. To be able to suppress Yang Jianhua's level 6 ice ability from the start, it seems that this is indeed a zombie king. At this time, Yuan Tianqing also spoke. He had been observing the situation over there, and now that he saw Qiu Lili's face, he also agreed with Mother Lin's words. When they heard that Qiu Lili was a zombie king, Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying at the side were also very shocked at this time. They looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. Du Yuanqing couldn't hold back and couldn't help but say, she's a zombie king. They thought about how they had been sitting in the same car with a level 6 zombie for the past 2 days. The two of them didn't know why, but their bodies suddenly felt cold. When Qiu Lili saw that Yang Jianhua broke her wind wall, she suddenly felt a surge of anger in her heart. She pouted and stared at Yang Jianhua with a very unhappy face. Unhappy. This person was clearly weaker than her. It was actually able to destroy her great tornado. The very unhappy Chiu Lily stood at a high place and suddenly extended her hands towards Yang Jianhua. Then she waved her hands. A large number of small wind cones appeared in front of her and then quickly shot towards Yang Jianhua's direction. Yang Jianhua had originally condensed the ice shield, but at this time, he saw that Chiu Lily had already exploded. At this time, he immediately raised his hands. Once again condensed into an ice mirror, the entire surface of the mirror blocked the direction of Chiu Lily. PFF 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 PFF, the small wind cones rapidly spun and pierced into Yang Jianhua's ice mirror. At this time, Mother Lin suddenly said strangely, "Hey, this zombie king's eyes are red. Then her ability should be of the fire attribute, right? It seems that only fire energy is red. But now she is using wind ability to attack. Could it be?" She suddenly thought of something and frowned in thought. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly quietly hid her figure. While everyone was paying attention to Chiu Lily, the level 6 zombie king, she silently moved to Lin Feng's side. Without anyone noticing, he placed his hand on Lin Feng's body. She knew that Lin Feng's current situation was very dangerous. She couldn't delay any longer. She needed to quickly repair the wound in his chest. However, if her mother and siblings were to hand the heavily injured Lin Feng over to her in her current state, it would be too late. That was definitely impossible. But to dispel their wariness and doubts, it would take time. Lin Qiao didn't want to wait that long. The longer it took, the more dangerous Lin Feng's situation would be. Chapter 136. Therefore, Lin Qiao, who had always adhered to the principle of taking action first and then reporting in times of danger, was now in danger. She immediately decided to steal Lin Feng away while no one was paying attention to her. "If you have anything to say, come out and explain after saving the person." Thus, she immediately went into stealth mode. At this time, Chiu Lily was also starting to get angry, because a large number of her small wind cones struck Yang Jianhua's ice mirror. Although they could drill many holes, Yang Jianhua quickly condensed them again. That was why he couldn't break his ice mirror no matter what. But it couldn't be helped. If one were to compare the various types of abilities, the formless wind element was no match for the ice element, which could condense solid objects. So now Chiu Lily was gradually unable to suppress Yang Jianhua. As for Yang Jianhua, from this short exchange of blows that lasted less than a minute, he had already figured out Chiu Lily's current strength. At the very least, her wind element attacks were not much of a threat to him. Moreover, he could also see that Chiu Lily did not have any strategy in her battle. She used her ultimate move the moment she attacked. Moreover, he only attacked and did not defend. His combat techniques were very crude and immature. At this moment, Yang Jianhua was holding the ice mirror with one hand and waving the other strangely. A large number of icicles, and ice blades appeared in front of the ice mirror. Then, he continued to shoot at Chiu Lily. Therefore, the people standing on the ground saw Yang Jianhua, who was standing on the roof of the car, and the zombie king on the top of the tree, and they began to compete with each other. Chiu Lily saw Yang Jianhua using the ice mirror as a shield to block her attack. At the same time, he condensed a large number of sharp ice weapons and threw them in his direction. Even though his wind all had blocked most of the icicles, there were still some that he couldn't block and shot towards him. She quickly retracted one of her hands and twisted it. At the same time, a tornado rose from the ground. She was surrounded in the inner circle from bottom to top. It happened to block many of the ice blades that she failed to block and continued to fly towards her. Yang Jianhua's eyes dimmed slightly when he saw her use a defensive technique. His hand suddenly moved. Then, above Chiu Lily's head, where there was no wind, He stealthily formed many ice blades and pointed them at Qiu Lily's head. Look, young Jianhua is about to launch another sneak attack. Qing Wangxue and the others watched the battle with wide eyes. Perhaps it was because of the strange mentality of the enemy of our enemy is our friend. Their hearts couldn't help but lean towards Qiu Lily. At least, although Qiu Lily was a zombie, she did not hurt them. However, young Jianhua was a human, yet he lied to them, hunted them down, and killed their loved ones. Therefore, they had unwittingly placed themselves on the same side as Qiu Lily. At this time, Lin Qiao had already reached Lin Feng's side. She stretched out her hand and pressed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Then, she looked up at the few people beside her. Then, it suddenly appeared from the space, but in the next second, it disappeared along with Lin Feng. Ha! Big brother. Where's big brother? Lin Hao, who was supporting him, was the first to react when Lin Feng disappeared. But he didn't know what was going on. He only felt the hand that was supporting Lin Feng become lighter. Then he disappeared. He disappeared. Lin Hao was immediately startled, and suddenly shouted out. Once he shouted, the others immediately turned around. They saw that the place where Lin Feng was leaning on Lin Hao was now empty. There was nothing there. Only Lin Hao's arm was still supporting him, and he had a dumbfounded expression. Brother! Where did brother go? Lin Wenwen's expression changed, and he shouted in shock. Mother Lin, Qing Wangxue, and Lin Xiaolu looked around in panic, but they didn't see anything. Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Dad. Boo-hoo boo-hoo, where's Dad? Where's the man with the sunglasses just now? Why did he disappear? At this time, among the 5 remaining soldiers, the squad leader, who was a man in his 20s, suddenly pointed at the place where Lin Qiao was standing and said. Everyone immediately looked, but in the end, they saw nothing. Yuan Tianqing's expression turned cold, and his eyes turned cold. He originally thought that this person was an ally, and wouldn't harm the people on their side. He didn't expect that this person had hidden so deeply. He immediately looked at Du Yuanqing and asked coldly, do you know something? Was it you who said that he wanted to save Lin Feng? What's going on? Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying were much calmer than them. Du Yuanqing waved his hand. Under the stern gaze of their deputy leader, he quickly replied, that, he really isn't disgusting. Don't worry. He knew about Lin Qiao's space, and now that the zombie and Lin Feng were gone. The zombie must have secretly brought them into the space while everyone wasn't paying attention. Although he didn't know what method he was going to use to heal the leader's injury. Because Du Yuanqing also didn't know that Lin Qiao's lake water had such a strange ability. At this time, Long Qingying suddenly saw the piece of paper that Lin Qiao had thrown at them by Lin Wenwen's feet, so she walked over and bent down to pick it up. Don't be anxious. Wenwen, look. She opened the paper and said to everyone. Then, she handed the paper to Lin Wenwen. She continued, it might have a way to save the leader, while the leader's condition isn't too bad. The sooner we deal with it, the sooner we can be at ease. Let's be clear, where did he take Lin Feng? Yuan Tianqing said. Taking him away without saying a word would, of course, scare everyone. Long Qingying glanced at Du Yuanqing, indicating for him to speak. Du Yuanqing looked at everyone, and saw that everyone was staring at him nervously and fiercely. That expression, it was as if they would pounce on him and tear him apart if he didn't give a reasonable reason. Cough N. Du Yuanqing said with some pressure, he has a space, and now he's probably taken the leader into it. According to our interactions these few days, we all feel that he won't harm the leader. Let's wait first, as long as his companion is still here. We don't have to worry about him leaving with the leader. When talking about companions, Du Yuanqing pointed to Qiu Lily who was fighting Yang Jianhua. But when he said that, everyone's expression changed. They immediately turned to look at Qiu Lily in disbelief, then immediately turned back to look at Du Yuanqing. What did you say? You're saying that this zombie king was brought by the sunglasses guy. Isn't he human? How could he be with this zombie? Lin Hao said with his eyes wide open. He's not human. At this time, Long Qingying said faintly. Her words immediately made everyone's pupils shrink, and they all stopped talking. For a moment, they began to doubt their own ears. Chapter 137. He's not human, then he's. Mother Lin's voice trembled as she looked at Qiu Lily and then at Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying. But she didn't want to say it out loud. It was as if it wasn't true. If what Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing said was true, then the sunglasses guy wasn't human. If he was the same as this level 6 zombie girl, then, wouldn't he be a zombie too? Long Qingying looked at Mama Lin, then nodded without hesitation. That's right, he's a zombie. He's just a strange zombie. It's over. Did he capture Lin Feng and eat him? If he's a zombie, then how could he save humans? Mother Lin's eyes dimmed as she muttered to herself in despair. Qing Wangshue's legs went soft. Her already injured legs couldn't support her anymore. She almost fell to the ground. Luckily, Lin Wenwen caught her in time. Sister-in-law. Lin Wenwen, who was shocked by Qing Wangxue, immediately woke up. He turned around and stared at Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying. He suddenly scolded, Long Qingying. Did you bring them here to harm us? He's a zombie, how could he save my brother? Long Qingying's expression didn't change at all. She just calmly shook her head. Wenwen, I'm not wrong. Trust me, just wait a little longer, he'll bring the captain out. Seeing Lin Wenwen and the others' scary expressions, Du Yuanqing took 2 steps to the side and said carefully, that's right, that's right. Since he's taken them, we can only wait. Otherwise, we won't be able to do anything now. You. Lin Hao stood up abruptly. He raised his hand to attack Du Yuanqing, but was quickly blocked by Mother Lin who was next to him. All right, Lil Hao. Don't attack. Let's believe their words for the time being. If Lin Feng doesn't come out, we'll have to kill him. If we don't wait for Lin Feng to come out, then we'll attack them. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing was also staring at the two of them, his sharp eyes almost poking holes in them. Du Yuanqing whispered, he really isn't a bad zombie. He's good. He had saved us several times before. And look, he can write. He's different from the other zombies. As he spoke, he pointed at the crumpled piece of paper in Lin Wenwen's hand. Du Yuanqing cursed in his heart, fuck you dead zombie. He actually dared to have an affair in front of everyone. How are we supposed to explain this? Up until now, Lin Wenwen had not even seen what Lin Qiao had written on the paper. Hearing Du Yuanqing's words, she pushed Qing Wangxue in front of Lin Hao and motioned for him to support her. He opened Lin Qiao's paper and saw 5 words written on it. I can cure him. On the other side, Qiu Lily had been competing with Yang Jianhua in terms of moves. After Yang Jianhua created a dozen or so ice blades above her head, Yang Jianhua's eyes lit up. He abruptly increased the number of ice spikes and other weapons in front of him, and their shapes were 2 to 3 times larger than the previous ones. Then, he swung them towards Qiu Lily in a densely packed manner. The increased size of the icicles, and ice blades naturally increased in weight as well. Then, Yang Jianhua swung them towards Qiu Lily even faster. The combination of speed and weight immediately destroyed Chiu Lily's wind all forest into pieces. Chiu Lily hurriedly controlled the rotation speed of the wind wall to block Yang Jianhua's attack. Then, she did not notice the dozens of finger-thick, but extremely hard and sharp ice blades above her head. Suddenly, they fell down from above, fiercely stabbing towards Chiu Lily's head. Chiu Lily's hands suddenly stopped, then she immediately looked up. More than a dozen ice blades flashing with cold light were stabbing toward his head at an extremely fast speed. She didn't expect that Yang Jianhua had already formed an ice blade above her head without her noticing. He actually wanted to plot against her when she didn't know. Seeing the ice blades about to shoot down, it was too late for Chiu Lily to raise her hand to block them. She suddenly opened her mouth wide and let out a fierce scream. Ah, gotcha gotcha gotcha. After Chiu Lily screamed, the others only felt their heads shake, and for a moment, they all lost consciousness. They fell into a momentary blankness. And the ice blades below Chiu Lily's head suddenly broke into pieces, falling all over her head and face. After closing her mouth, Chiu Lily's expression changed. It became somewhat ferocious, and her eyes overflowed with intense red light. Her mouth also began to crack, revealing her white teeth. This time, she was really angry. Chiu Lily was angry, the king zombie was angry. It was very terrifying. Roar roar roar, roar roar roar, roar roar roar, woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a wave of horrible and unpleasant sounds of zombies. Then, a large number of ordinary zombies, from the corner of the road, the corner of the street, the corner of the wall, the corner of the house, and so on, emerged. They began to swarm towards those few cars, scratching and scratching. They were like ants, squeezing to the side of the car. They did not care about being stabbed to death by the extension frame outside the car, and directly stepped on the corpses in front of them to climb up. The chariots immediately began to sway from side to side. At this time, Chiu Lily's eyes emitted a red light, and her hands opened her claws. Her whole body suddenly overflowed with a burst of halo, and soon, the ice on her head, hair, and face suddenly evaporated. It was as if it was evaporated by the high temperature. She stretched out her hands towards Yang Jianhua, and was ready to move her body to directly pounce on him. Suddenly, she stopped, turned her head towards Lin Hao and the others, and screamed again. Ah! The zombies who were originally surrounding them and preparing to pounce on them, all stopped their movements at the same time. Then, as if reluctant to leave, she stared at them a few more times, then slowly and reluctantly turned around, moving towards those cars. At this time, young Jianhua quickly woke up from the impact of Chiu Lily's scream. He looked at the large number of zombies that suddenly appeared around them. He suddenly raised his hand high, and made a gesture towards the sky. Then, he saw those few armed cars that had not moved, finally moved. All the weapons in the cars began to aim at those zombies, and then a series of machine gun sounds rang out. Tu-tu-tu-tu-tu, bang 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 bang. On the other side, Lin Qiao suddenly brought Lin Feng into the space. She also did not have the mind to care about what was happening outside. She saw that the shadow in Lin Feng's chest was getting bigger and bigger, and quickly put him on a sofa. After helping him to lie down, she turned around and took a cup of water from the table, and immediately ran to the lake. Then, she fetched a cup of water from the lake, and returned to the bed. Then, she slowly fed Lin Feng to drink. Lin Feng was already unconscious, but his teeth were tightly clenched. Lin Qiao could only use one hand to forcefully open his teeth, and slowly poured the water into his mouth. Fortunately, he was lying flat, and Lin Qiao slightly lifted his face up. The water quickly flowed down his throat. Chapter 138. On the other side, Junjun walked out of the small space with the little boy. She sensed Lin Qiao's presence and came out to see what she was up to. She watched curiously as Lin Qiao tormented Lin Feng, even though she knew that this was the person Lin Qiao was looking for. She knew that Lin Feng was the person Lin Qiao was looking for, but she didn't know the relationship between Lin Feng and Lin Qiao. Fortunately, she came back halfway. No wonder she came all the way from City B to the south. Although she didn't arrive at the southern base, she came back halfway. If she had been late, this man might have been in big trouble. Lin Qiao poured a glass of water into Lin Feng's mouth. She had already taken off her sunglasses. She looked at the shadow in Lin Feng's chest with her naked eyes and saw that it was slowly spreading. It wasn't until Lin Qiao poured him a cup of lake water that he found that the spreading of the shadows had stopped. Junjun stood beside Lin Qiao with the little boy in her arms. After smelling Lin Feng's scent, she took a deep breath. However, she didn't have a big appetite for human flesh anymore. She turned her head to look at the lake in Lin Qiao's space, although it looked like a lake. It looked like a lake, but she didn't know where the water came from or where it was going. After staying in Lin Qiao's space for so long, she felt that the lake wasn't as simple as it looked. The most obvious thing was that every time she wanted to eat her son, she would run to drink from the lake when she couldn't control her willpower. Every time she finished drinking, she would feel much more clear-headed. She also ate Lin Qiao's snake meat. She was really hungry. Although she didn't have to eat her son. But every time she passed by the buckets of snake meat, she would smell that smell. Therefore, it was boring to stay in the space. When she was cooking snake soup for the little boy, she would force herself to eat some raw snake meat. She had also tasted the cooked snake meat. It tasted worse than raw. After she had tasted how unpalatable the cooked snake meat was, she didn't have much aversion to raw snake meat. Therefore, when she was free, she would go to get some snake meat to eat. She was also amazed by the freshness of the lake water in the space. She didn't know if it was because she had been soaked in the lake for a long time, but she gradually felt that the raw snake meat wasn't that bad anymore. Lin Qiao heaved a sigh of relief after the shadow in Lin Feng's chest stopped spreading. But after waiting for a few minutes, he did not see the shadows shrink or disperse. She thought for a moment, then poured a glass of water into Lin Feng's mouth. Junjun also knew that the lake water had a healing effect on people, because the little boy's body had improved a lot with the lake water these days. He had already put on some weight. She could feel that her son's vitality and spirit were slowly increasing. Now that he saw Lin Qiao using the lake water to heal Lin Feng, he didn't know what was going on with Lin Feng. Only Lin Qiao's eyes could see it clearly after she poured the second cup of water. Only then did the shadow on Lin Feng's chest change. It started to disappear bit by bit. It turned out that there wasn't enough water. When Lin Qiao saw the shadow disappear, he immediately discovered the problem. If there wasn't enough water, then the energy in the water wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, she immediately turned around to get a third glass of water. She poured it into Lin Feng's mouth again. After giving him 3 full cups of water, Lin Qiao saw the speed at which the shadows were disappearing. Then she also saw that the light green energy had been coiled up in Lin Feng's chest. Outside, the people who were dizzy from Qiu Lily's scream slowly woke up after a while. But Yuan Tianqing's face turned pale, and a trace of blood suddenly flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He suddenly covered his chest, feeling that his internal organs had been shaken to the point that his blood was boiling. But soon he didn't have time to worry about his own situation. Seeing that a large number of zombies had suddenly appeared around them, Yuan Tianqing covered his chest. He stretched out a hand, pressed it forward, and then raised it up. Along with his movement, he saw that the ground around Lin Hao and the others suddenly rose slowly from the ground. They were all surrounded in the middle to protect them. Yuan Tianqing supported himself with one hand on the rising wall, and leaned against it with his back, gasping for breath. But soon he found something strange, because the surrounding zombies seemed to turn a blind eye to them, completely ignoring them. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged towards the cars that Yang Jianhua brought. Ha! Yuan Tianqing looked at those zombies with a confused face. What the hell? Are they going to ignore a fragrant living person like me? Then he saw Qiu Lily pounce towards Yang Jianhua with a ferocious face, and her 10 claws were burning with purplish-red flames. On the other side, Qiu Lily was ambushed by Yang Jianhua. Although she didn't get hit, this kind of sneak attack made her very angry. She almost had her hair cut off by this good-looking man. Of course she was angry. Seeing Qiu Lily pounce towards him at an extremely fast speed. In just a flash, she appeared in front of him in an instant. Yang Jianhua quickly raised the ice mirror to block her. Qiu Lily didn't care about the ice mirror in front of her, and the red light in her eyes intensified. When she flashed in front of the ice mirror, she suddenly raised her claws and waved her arm. She directly grabbed towards Yang Jianhua's ice mirror. Gotcha! Bang! Her flaming claws scratched the ice mirror. The ice mirror that was previously hard and indestructible, instantly cracked at the position where she grabbed it. Then, the crack quickly made a loud noise and exploded into pieces. Yang Jianhua was shocked by the explosion of the ice mirror, and felt the exploded ice shards spraying towards his face. He subconsciously turned his face to avoid it, and raised his arm to cover his face. At the same time, he leaped backwards, intending to dodge Qiu Lily's follow-up attack. But at this time, Qiu Lily was already in front of him. How could he dodge it so easily? The other claw swung towards Yang Jianhua's face, leaving a trail of flames behind it. Poochie! Fortunately, Yang Jianhua condensed an ice shield in time to block Qiu Lily's claw when he retreated. But it was quickly crushed by Qiu Lily. Yang Jianhua took this opportunity to quickly turn around and dodge. He leaped backwards and escaped. Quickly retreat. When he left, he even shouted loudly. Then he stepped on many zombie heads, and fled to the side where there was cover. Want to escape? Humph. After Qiu Lily's attack missed, she saw that Yang Jianhua was ready to escape so quickly. She immediately snorted in her heart, and her figure flashed. She also followed his direction and chased out. After receiving Yang Jianhua's order to retreat, the people in the cars were all ready to drive away. As soon as the car moved, the zombies that were crawling all over the car were pushed out, and then they fell one after another. Chapter 139. Their car was very sturdy, so no matter how these ordinary zombies climbed up and scratched, it was useless. They couldn't do any damage to the car at all. Therefore, the soldiers in the car drove away very calmly. Only a large number of zombies were left behind, all chasing after their car. After a few minutes, Yang Jianhua, Qiu Lily, the zombies, and the soldiers that Yang Jianhua brought but didn't show up for some reason, all gradually left. Yuan Tianqing leaned against the mud wall, watching the situation unfold, and he didn't understand. That was it. Yang Jianhua, that treacherous villain, came aggressively and said that he would do anything, but in the end, he was beaten away by a strange king-level zombie. Yang Jianhua probably didn't expect this situation, right? Yuan Tianqing was originally prepared to endure the injury and fight with Yang Jianhua. But in the end, these two zombies came out of nowhere, and one of them took Lin Feng away. The other one beat Yang Jianhua away, and seemed to be chasing after him. They wouldn't stop until Yang Jianhua was injured. What's with this wall? Tianqing. Is brother Tianqing outside? Before Yuan Tianqing could come back to his senses, Lin Wenwen's voice came from the wall behind him. Yuan Tianqing came back to his senses, and looked at the large number of scary and disgusting ordinary zombies around him, but now they had retreated in Yang Jianhua's direction, and there was a safe zone without zombies on his side. But the stench of those zombies still lingered in the air. What happened just now? Mother Lin's voice also came. Yuan Tianqing supported himself against the wall at this time, and raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he reached out to lower the mud wall, and let everyone out. What happened? Why are we surrounded? Right, why did my mind go blank just now? Lin Hao asked blankly. But when he looked up, he suddenly saw a lot of zombie corpses on the ground. There were dark red bloodstains on the bodies of the zombies everywhere. Looking further, he could see the backs of many zombies dozens of meters away. What's going on? Why are there so many zombies, and why are they all heading that way? Lin Wenwen saw that there was clearly a group of living people here, but they didn't seem to care at all as they chased in that direction. Look, Yang Jianhua's men and car have left, Long Qingying suddenly said. Yang Jianhua and the zombie are gone. Long Qingying, are you sure the bespectacled zombie is still here? Lin Hao quickly looked around. He suddenly looked at Long Qingying and asked sternly. When they realized that Yang Jianhua and Qiu Lily were gone, they immediately forgot that their minds had been blank for more than 10 seconds. He didn't care why Yuan Tianqing wanted to surround them. Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing looked at each other, not sure either. This was because the zombie had already disappeared with Lin Feng for a while, but it still hadn't appeared. The zombie girl also left. Lin Feng. Don't tell me Lin Feng was eaten. Mrs. Lin said with a frightened expression. As soon as she said that, everyone stared at Du Yuanqing and Long Qingying. Long Qingying said, actually, when they appeared the day before yesterday, they were looking for news about you guys in the south. They just happened to meet us and saved us a few times. We didn't tell them about you guys, but she still knew. In the end, when we were surrounded by Huo Wu, she still saved us. Hearing Long Qingying say this, Du Yuanqing nodded repeatedly and said, yes, 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 he said he wanted to help you guys at first. We didn't believe him at the time, so we didn't say much. But then we saw that they were coming here to find you guys. We weren't killed by Huo Wu, so he would continue to attack us. So we left that place and followed him to find you guys. Lin Hao snorted coldly, you guys are really brave, daring to travel with 2 zombies that could kill you in a minute. But it's been so long, my brother and that zombie still haven't appeared. What do you say? Du Yuanqing said weakly, we didn't know that the little girl was the zombie king. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to follow them so easily. Du Yuanqing thought they were level 4 or 5 mutated zombies at the time. After all, being able to write and communicate with people meant that they weren't ordinary zombies. But along the way, the only one they talked with was the zombie that took his glasses. The female zombie in the white dress basically didn't even look at them. Other than in the car, she also stayed far away from them. You guys don't even know who he is. Lin Wenwen stared at them. Lin Wenwen and the others weren't familiar with Du Yuanqing, but they were level 5 psychics in the base. They all knew about him, but they didn't talk much. On the other hand, Lin Feng and Du Yuanqing had exchanged a few words. And Long Qingying only met Lin Wenwen after the base was built. The reason they knew each other was very simple. Lin Wenwen had helped Long Qingying once when they were hunting zombies, so the two of them got closer. So there was a reason why Lin Qiao didn't know Long Qingying. Long Qingying said lightly, that's not important, what's important is that he didn't do anything bad to us. And he even saved us. Actually, speaking of this, she felt that it was very strange in her heart. In the post-apocalyptic world, humans might not necessarily save other humans. Everyone was having a hard time protecting themselves, why would they care about others? But she had been saved by a zombie a few times. Although she suspected that the zombie had ulterior motives at first, he had already saved her, so she could only accept it for now. At least on the surface. But along the way, she still kept her guard up against these two zombies. Even if she didn't accept it, what else could she do? And their original goal was to find Lin Feng. She also wanted to find Lin Feng. Then let's just travel together. Even if he saved you a few times, he must have ulterior motives. And they are zombies, why would he save you? There must be a motive. Lin Hao said at this time. They looked at Long Qingying and Lin Feng very sternly, although they really wanted to believe the two of them. But that was a zombie that only knew how to eat people and gnaw on people's brains. How could he save people? What's more, he was a zombie. What could he use to treat Lin Feng's internal injuries? Yuan Tianqing looked at them quietly. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Qiu Lily's scream just now had made his internal injuries that hadn't gotten better worse. He was also on the verge of a mental breakdown. But he knew that he couldn't let himself collapse, so he could only force himself to hold on. Chapter 140. Du Yuanqing said anxiously, it's true. That male zombie is a space type. He has a lot of space, we've been in there before. Long Qingying nodded in agreement. I've been in there too. It's huge. Mother Lin said, if he wants to save Lin Feng, why would he take him away secretly? Do you know if he really wants to save Lin Feng or not? If he wants to save someone, he should at least do it in front of us, not hide it from us. Who knows what he wants to do? This. Du Yuanqing was speechless. Mother Lin was right. He didn't know what to say and looked at Long Qingying for help. Long Qingying thought about it and said, maybe he's afraid that you won't believe him and delay the rescue. I see that Lin Feng's condition isn't good. The earlier we deal with it, the higher the chance of him being cured. At this point, there was no point in panicking. They could only wait with a glimmer of hope. Although they couldn't believe Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing's words, they still hoped that they were telling the truth. They hoped that the zombie was really here to help them and cure Lin Feng. Then it would bring Lin Feng back to them. But their rationality reminded them. That was impossible. Why would an unfamiliar zombie come to save them? What was its intention? Maybe eating them was just a small thing. It was to get Lin Feng's level 6 energy core. Just as everyone was waiting with despair mixed with hope, two figures flashed behind Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, and the others. He appeared at the spot where Lin Feng had been lying. When they were talking to Du Yuanqing and Lin Hao, they took a few steps forward. Therefore, when Lin Qiao and Lin Feng came out from their original position, they ran behind them. Lin Qiao supported Lin Feng, who was still unconscious. In the blink of an eye, they saw a group of people's backs and butts. When she saw Lin Hao's back, she wanted to kick his butt out of habit. But because she had to support Lin Feng, she could only squat on the ground. She couldn't kick him anymore. Lin Qiao's feet were itching, and he stared at his younger brothers but unwillingly before shifting his gaze. However, when she turned around, she saw that Yuan Tianqing was staring at her intently. But he didn't say anything to warn the others. Lin Qiao glanced at him and found that his face was also very pale. The condition of his chest was similar to Lin Feng's, but there were still some shadows in other parts of his body. Dark shadows gathered on his shoulders, waist, abdomen, legs, and so on. This guy was already injured to this extent, but he was still forcefully standing. Sure enough, his personality hadn't changed. He loved to show off and was used to enduring. He wouldn't allow himself to give up until the very last moment. Lin Qiao was not wearing her glasses. Her dark eyes shone with a cold light. She casually sized up Yuan Tianqing before shifting her gaze away. He looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was leaning against Mama Lin and revealing a little of her body. Lin Qiao moved his body and stretched out his hand to poke Lin Xiaolu's back. Lin Xiaolu looked back blankly, and then her eyes widened. He shouted, "Daddy!" She stared at Lin Qiao and Lin Feng as she yelled at them. At the same time, she tugged at Mama Lin's arm. "Yes. Dad is behind us." When the others heard her shout, they immediately looked at her and then immediately turned around to look. When they turned around, they saw the man just now supporting Lin Feng, who was lying on the ground. He had a pair of dark eyes that only zombies would have, and he was quietly looking at them. Everyone was shocked and subconsciously took 2 steps back. In the post-apocalyptic world, anyone would be shocked if a zombie suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Feng. But after seeing Lin Feng, Qing Wangxue immediately didn't care about her leg injury or zombies. With a slight twist of his body, he pounced toward Lin Feng. Lin Qiao saw her pounce over anxiously and didn't move. He just squatted there and let her pounce in front of Lin Feng. The others hesitated for a few seconds. After seeing that Lin Qiao really didn't have any hostility, they immediately surrounded them. "Big brother. Big brother. Big brother, how is he?" Lin Hao immediately turned around and came over. Lin Qiao saw him coming over, so she pushed Lin Feng to them and stood up to take a step back. Seeing that Lin Qiao really brought Lin Feng out and that he was fine without any other injuries, everyone stared at him in disbelief while checking if there was anything wrong with Lin Feng's body. Lin Hao squatted on the ground and supported Lin Feng. He used his hand to gently press on Lin Feng's chest. After carefully sensing it, he slightly widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, he raised his head and looked at Lin Qiao, who retreated to the side. "Big brother, he wasn't sure, but he had to speak." But before he could finish his sentence, the 3 women had already rushed to ask him questions. "How is Lin Feng? How is Big Brother's body? Is he alright? How's Lin Feng's injury?" Lin Hao retracted his hand from Lin Feng's chest, then opened Lin Feng's eyelids and squeezed his wrist. Then, he continued, he's fine. His condition is much better than before. It's just that his energy is depleted and his body is too weak. But his vitality and spirit are very strong, so he will probably wake up soon. Big brother. Big brother. At the end of his sentence, he tentatively called out to Lin Feng. After Lin Qiao stood up, she didn't see Qiu Lily and Yang Jianhua. When she was treating Lin Feng's injury in the space, she didn't notice what was going on outside. When she was almost done, she closed her eyes to sense what was going on outside. She found that Mother Lin and the others were very anxious, and they were about to bite Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing. Then, she hurriedly brought them out. There was a large amount of zombie smell in the air. She didn't need to smell to know that a large number of ordinary zombies had just appeared. It was probably Qiu Lily who summoned them. But where did she run off to? Did she go after Yang Jianhua? She raised her nose and sniffed, then took out her sunglasses and put them on. She found that Qiu Lily's smell was indeed following Yang Jianhua's smell. Thinking of Yang Jianhua's face, Lin Qiao's head began to ache again. She closed her eyes and raised her hand to rub her temple. She wanted to rub away the throbbing pain in her head, but it didn't work. Lin Qiao sighed and could only open her eyes to look at Yuan Tianqing. Right now, she could only divert attention from Yang Jianhua. Yuan Tianqing's condition seemed to be more serious than Lin Fang's, but because the energy in his body hadn't been depleted too much. That was why he was holding on. Maybe she should give him a glass of water to drink. Of course, it must be lake water. Chapter 141. Lin Chao felt that Chiu Lily wouldn't appear so soon, so she turned to look at the others. Lin Wenwen, Lin Hao, Mother Lin, Qing Wangxue, Xiao Lu, and a few of her relatives were surrounding Lin Feng. Just now, she only paid attention to Lin Feng's condition and didn't have time to look at her other relatives. Now that she looked at them carefully, she realized that they had all changed a lot. Especially Xiao Lu. In her impression, she was still a child who had just learned how to walk and talk. The little doll, which was only as tall as her knees, was now almost as tall as her waist. Her originally short and chubby little arms and legs had grown long and thin. She was wearing a pink and purple dress with a white jacket. Her originally chubby little face had grown delicate and cute, and her eyes were shining with a sly light. Although she was squatting beside Lin Feng's legs, next to her grandmother. But her face was secretly turned towards Lin Qiao. She looked at Lin Qiao curiously and suspiciously. And Lin Wenwen had also matured a lot. Her originally delicate and beautiful face now had a determined look. But it could be seen that her personality was still gentle. As long as her bottom line was not crossed, she would usually maintain a ladylike demeanor. And Lin Hao had also changed from an impatient young man to a good-looking young man. That handsome face now had a different kind of manliness. He looked a lot more mature, and his temperament was similar to Lin Wenwen's. Her brother and sister's personality were all like this. They were gentle, but they would fly into a rage instantly. The way they did things was extreme. Even Lin Qiao didn't dare to make them angry. And the four of them had inherited her father and mother's excellent genes. Each of them had a good-looking face. Even Lin Feng, who was now 35, was a tough and handsome uncle. Actually, the one who changed the least was her mother. Although her mother was almost 60 this year, her mental appearance had not changed at all. The only thing that changed was her temperament. In the past, she would quietly stand behind the siblings and support them. Now, even if Lin Feng and the others were 5 years older, she still had that kind of doting look on her face. It was just that her temperament had become a lot tougher. It seemed like the post-apocalyptic environment had changed everyone quite a bit. After all, even Lin Wenwen and Lin Hao, two people who originally looked harmless, now looked a little aggressive. Her sister-in-law, Qing Wangxue, was even worse. She had a fiery temper. It was still the same, and it was still the same. It was easy to lose out. He observed them carefully. Lin Feng was injured. Everyone else was fine, except for their ragged clothes. Nothing happened. It seemed like her brother was still protecting them well. Fortunately, he had turned back halfway. Otherwise, he would have been a few days late. He didn't know how serious the consequences would be. Thinking that Lin Feng might suffer from internal injuries this time, even if he recovered, his energy core would still be damaged. Lin Qiao felt a strong desire to kill Yang Jianhua. Perhaps Lin Qiao's killing intent was too obvious, but Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen, Yuan Tianqing, and even the 5 soldiers all turned to look at Lin Qiao. In their eyes, Lin Qiao was of average height and was somewhat thin. A man with a face full of scars and a pair of sunglasses, he simply looked like a gang leader. If he had looked like this before the apocalypse, who knew how many children would be scared to death walking on the streets? Even adults would be afraid of him and take a detour. But now, in the eyes of Lin Hao and the others, wearing sunglasses was better than revealing a pair of zombies' unique black eyes. At this moment, Lin Feng's chest suddenly trembled, and then he coughed. Ahem, humph. Ahem, his cough immediately caused the others to turn their heads back. They had temporarily ignored Lin Xiao. Big brother. You're awake. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Seeing Lin Feng slowly open his eyes, Lin Hao reached out to feel his pulse. Then he nodded, and said with a big sigh of relief, "You're awake. Your condition is much better now that you're awake. If you take care of yourself, you'll be better soon. But Big Brother's condition makes it inconvenient for us to continue our journey." After Lin Feng opened his eyes, he looked at everyone with a clear mind. He asked in a daze, What happened to me? Did I pass out?" The others nodded. "When you blocked Yang Jianhua's attack just now, you vomited blood. Don't you remember?" Cheng Wangxue said. "Yes, I remember now. That Yang Jianhua. Why are you all fine?" Lin Feng frowned and thought for a while, then remembered the scene just now. He suddenly realized something else, and his expression changed as he hurriedly asked. His eyes also nervously looked at the others. When he realized that they were all fine and standing beside him, he heaved a sigh of relief. And he quickly noticed the others who appeared later. Tianqing. Why are you here too? And Qingqing An. Du Yuanqing. Why are you guys? Lin Feng was a little surprised to see a few people appear behind him, and he asked with a hint of pleasant surprise. Dad. How do you feel? Does it hurt anywhere? At this time, Lin Xiaolu was no longer looking at Lin Xiao curiously, and she looked at her dad worriedly. Once she spoke, everyone remembered to ask Lin Feng how he was feeling. Yes, Lin Feng. How do you feel now? Mother Lin also asked nervously. Lin Feng, does your chest hurt? Weren't you hit in the chest before? How do you feel now? Cheng Wangxue also asked. Lin Hao also looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Lin Feng was reminded by them, and then came back to his senses to pay attention to his body. He took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Then, he looked down at his chest with a blank expression, and raised his hand to press on his injured chest. Then, he looked at the others with a puzzled expression. Why do it seems like my chest doesn't hurt anymore, whether it's the dull pain from my lungs being ruptured, or the dull pain from blood clots, it's all gone. I can breathe very well now. I couldn't breathe too heavily before. After saying that, he looked at Lin Hao and the others strangely, and asked, Did you guys give me some miracle medicine? Otherwise, how could my injury suddenly heal so quickly? Lin Hao, Lin Wenwen and the others shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they had nothing to do with it. It was he who saved you, leader. At this time, Du Yuanqing suddenly squeezed over. He poked his head in from Lin Hao's head, and said happily. Seeing Lin Feng's current situation, he had a proud look on his face. As for the fact that everyone didn't believe their words just now, the grievance in his heart was finally dispelled. At this moment, he felt a little proud. Chapter 142. After Lin Feng saw him, he asked curiously, I was just about to ask, why are you here? Du Yuanqing. Aren't you still in the original base? But who is he you're talking about? Du Yuanqing immediately turned around and pointed at Lin Xiao, there. Him. Do you know him? He said he knows you. Lin Feng slowly sat up, Lin Hao hurriedly supported him. Lin Feng raised his hand to block his brother's help, then he tried to stand up from the ground. He found that after a series of movements, there was no feeling in his chest at all. What was going on? Did he just faint for a while and his internal injuries were all healed? What exactly happened, he didn't know. Following the direction Du Yuanqing pointed, Lin Feng looked over. He only saw a middle-sized man with a face full of scars. He was also wearing a pair of sunglasses. He had never seen someone like this before. Who was this? Lin Feng looked at Lin Qiao strangely, then turned to look at the people beside him. Lin Hao and the others saw his questioning gaze, then shook their heads and said, "We don't know either." "If you don't know him, then we definitely don't know him." Lin Feng looked at Du Yuanqing, then at Lin Qiao. Then he turned back to ask his people, "What happened before? What's wrong with my body? Also, where's Yang Jianhua?" He looked around. Yang Jianhua was indeed nowhere to be seen. Even his cars were gone. Mother Lin answered for everyone, "After your fire barrier was broken by Yang Jianhua, at the critical moment. It was Tian Xing who used his ability to make the ground under our feet sink, so we weren't hurt by Yang Jianhua's ice weapons." Then the others appeared at the same time. Mother Lin pointed at Du Yuanqing, Long Qingying, Lin Qiao and the others. Then she continued, "Yang Jianhua was beaten away by a girl." Originally she wanted to say female zombie, but she also realized that Lin Qiao was standing at the side. So she changed her words. After all, they were really here to help them, no matter what their purpose was. At least for the current situation, the other party had been showing a friendly attitude. And in such a short period of time, they miraculously healed most of Lin Feng's injuries. At this time, Du Yuanqing added, He said he knew you guys, so he came looking for you. Long Qingying and I chased you from the south. Vice Leader Yuan also appeared when you were in danger. We were a step behind." Lin Feng looked at Lin Qiao strangely, then he asked Du Yuanqing, "He knows me. But I don't seem to know him." Du Yuanqing whispered, "But that's what he said." Lin Feng thought about it. He really didn't know this man with a face full of scars. Lin Feng asked, Feng said. "Lin to the Lin, they saying that my injuries were healed by you." I said, "You healed, did you?" "You. However, if you need any help in the future, you can look for me, Lin Feng." Lin said. Lin to Lin to Lin to Lin Feng, Chiha Chiu Feng, Lin. Lin Feng was a little puzzled by Lin Qiao's silence. He whispered to Du Yuanqing, "I really don't know this person. Who is he? You guys don't know? Which base did he come from?" He's..." Du Yuanqing looked at Lin Qiao, not sure if he should say that he wasn't human, but a zombie. "Bro, he's not human. He's a zombie," Lin Wenwen suddenly said. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He looked at Lin Wenwen with a baffled expression and asked curiously, "Wenwen, what did you just say?" "Maybe the wind was too strong, I didn't hear you clearly." Lin Wenwen had the urge to roll his eyes. Everyone else laughed in their hearts. Lin Hao nodded, "Yes, big bro. He's a strange zombie." Lin Feng looked at him like he was crazy. Lin Hao, damn, he was telling the truth, okay. Do you need to look at him like that? He's not sick. Lin Feng's mother held Xiaolu and said, "If you don't believe me, ask him yourself." As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Qiao. Lin Feng, who was confused by his family, still didn't believe them. He could only turn to Linda and ask, I don't know how to address you. I don't know which base you're from. Why did you help us this time?" Lin Qiao took out her notebook, and under Lin Feng's strange gaze, she thought about it and wrote, "My name is Lu Tianyu. I'm indeed a zombie, they didn't lie to you." After writing, she tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it at Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng hadn't reacted yet, he still caught the ball of paper subconsciously. He opened it and looked at it, then his expression became strange. He looked up just in time to see Lin Qiao raise her hand to take off her sunglasses, revealing a pair of eyes that had no sclera. Her eyes were completely pitch black. Lin Feng, compared to Lin Feng, who looked like he had seen a ghost, the others were much calmer. At this moment, Yuan Tianqing's body suddenly slanted. Then, he fell backward. Deputy Leader Yuan. Long Qingying was the first to notice his situation, and she exclaimed subconsciously. As soon as she shouted, the others immediately turned their heads to look. They saw that Yuan Tianqing had already fallen to the ground. Lin Qiao's figure flashed when no one was paying attention, and she immediately disappeared from the spot. When the others ran to help Yuan Tianqing up, they found that the energy in Yuan Tianqing's body was running around. His breathing was also very weak, and his face was as pale as paper without a trace of blood. His eyes were tightly closed. What's wrong with Deputy Leader? Du Yuanqing stood behind everyone. Du Yuanqing stood behind everyone and asked. Lin Hao felt his pulse and pressed his hand on his chest to feel it. Then, he began to press various parts of Yuan Tianqing's body a few times. Then, he spoke with a solemn expression. Brother Tianqing's injury is actually more serious than Big Brother's. Big Brother's injury worsened because of the exhaustion of energy. But Brother Tianqing's injury has been going on for a month. He's been holding on, and it seems like he hasn't rested. Mother Lin asked, he's been missing for a month, I didn't expect him to come here to find us. From the looks of it, he must have encountered something bad. I guess he's been in trouble for this period of time. When Lin Feng finally came back to his senses from the fact that the person who saved him was a zombie, he looked at Yuan Tianqing's situation and suddenly said, that person just now. That person, didn't he heal my injury? He should be able to heal Yuan Tianqing too. Where is he? As he spoke, he turned to look at the others, and then at Lin Qiao. He didn't see anyone, so he looked left and right. He didn't see anyone, so he made a strange sound. Chapter 143. The others also reacted at this time and looked left and right. They really didn't see Lin Qiao's figure. Du Yuanqing opened his mouth and said, did he enter the space? Speaking of which, leader, did you not feel anything at all when he did it to you before? Lin Feng shook his head blankly and asked, didn't you see how he saved me? I fainted at the time, how would I know? Lin Hao said at this time, he took you into his space, we don't know what he did to you. And when he took you away, he didn't even ask for our permission. Then, he stealthily stole you away. Lin Feng, who inexplicably felt like he had become an object, looked at them with a strange expression. You said he stole. And quietly took me away. Didn't you guys notice? You just let him take me into the space. He suddenly thought that it was fortunate that this zombie didn't want to eat him or dig out his brain, otherwise would he still be alive? Thinking of this, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine, a chill running through his entire body. Just as the others were about to answer him, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Lin Qiao held a cup of water in her hand and walked over. She handed it to Du Yuanqing, who was furthest away, and pointed at Yuan Tianqing on the ground. This, is it for him to drink? What water? Du Yuanqing subconsciously took the cup in confusion, but didn't immediately give it to Lin Hao. Instead, he looked at the others and asked curiously. He obviously didn't dare to give their vice leader anything to drink, in case something happened to him. What to do? Lin Qiao stood beside Du Yuanqing and took out a notebook to write. Seeing her approach, everyone except Long Qingying subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Qiao didn't care, she was a zombie right now. It was already very good that they let her stand this close, it was normal for them to keep a distance. It was already very good that they let her stand this close, it was normal for them to keep a distance. But if it wasn't for her saving Lin Feng, these people probably wouldn't get along with her so peacefully. Even if she treated them as family, but from their point of view, she was just a strange and dangerous zombie. She wrote, but didn't tear the paper off. Instead, she stood it up for Du Yuanqing to see clearly. I didn't do anything to Lin Feng, I only gave him a few cups of this water. Both Du Yuanqing and Mama Lin saw what she wrote. Is this the water from your space lake? Du Yuanqing knew that there was only water in her space lake, there was no other place with water. So he asked curiously. She thought of her lake and Yang Chang's death. It had been soaked in the water of the dead and zombies. Du Yuanqing looked at the others and felt that it was better not to mention this matter. In any case, he had already drunk the lake water, so everyone should drink it together. If we're going to be disgusted, we're going to be disgusted together. But can this water really heal internal injuries? Lin Chao said that Lin Feng could already stand up and move after drinking a few cups of this water. Du Yuanqing secretly expressed his suspicions. He didn't know if the zombie added something to the cup. Lin Chao nodded at him and put away the book. In any case, she had already said that the water could heal them. It was up to them whether they believed her or not. If she really couldn't do it, she could only sneak Yuan Tianqing into the space to deal with him. At this moment, Mother Lin had a puzzled expression on her face. Why did she think that the words were written by a zombie? Why did it look so familiar? This was especially so for the two words Lin Feng. After thinking it through, Du Yuanqing handed the water to Lin Hao and said, "Take a look. Anyway, I don't think there's any problem with his water. If it's the water from that lake." Lin Hao took the water and dipped his finger into the water. He curiously asked Du Yuanqing, "There's a lake in his space. How much space does he have?" Du Yuanqing thought for a moment, then said, "From what I can see, it should be within 3,000 meters. But it's still as big as a football field." After Lin Hao dipped it into the water in the cup, he rubbed it with his thumb and forefinger. Suddenly, a puzzled expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Huh! I can sense something different in this lake. Although I can't say for sure." His words immediately attracted the attention of the others. Everyone turned to look at him. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked. Lin Hao put the cup in front of his nose, closed his eyes and smelled it, then opened his eyes. He said, "There's a surge of energy inside, a very gentle energy. I don't know what it is either." The others looked at him curiously and asked, "You don't know what kind of energy it is either? Is it harmful?" Du Yuanqing said in surprise, "There's energy. Then why didn't I feel anything when I drank some before?" Lin Hao thought for a moment, then drank a bit of the water in the cup. He held it in his mouth and used his tongue to taste it. He discovered that a surge of gentle energy was swimming in his mouth. Although his mouth wasn't injured, it felt very comfortable. He swallowed all of the energy, and felt as if his esophagus and stomach had been smoothed by someone. It was very comfortable. He reckoned that he should find a place to go to the toilet later. Lin Hao nodded and said, "It's all right, this is good stuff." Then, he slowly poured the water in the cup into Yuan Tianqing's mouth. Seeing him feed Yuan Tianqing water, Lin Chao walked over and directly took the cup from Lin Hao's hand. Then, he took a step back, then disappeared in a flash. Everyone waited to see Yuan Tianqing's reaction while looking curiously at the place where Lin Chao disappeared. Did he enter the space again? Lin Wenwen said at this time. His lake is so big, wouldn't it be even bigger in the space? What else is there? Qing Wangshue also opened her mouth to ask. At this time, Lin Feng was supporting her, because Lin Feng had already noticed that his wife's foot was injured. She couldn't stand properly. "Yeah, it's the first time I've met such a human-like zombie." "That's right, why did he come help us?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He said that you and he are friends and subordinates, don't you remember him? Du Yuanqing opened his mouth to ask. Lin Feng looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, are we friends or subordinates? How come I don't know that I've known such a zombie before? Du Yuanqing also looked at him with a strange expression and said, he might be referring to the past. Or before you became a zombie. You've killed so many soldiers, maybe you don't remember him. Lin Feng looked at him and tried hard to recall the zombie's appearance in his mind. Even if he restored his appearance in his mind, and his eyes returned to normal, it seemed like he had never seen him before. Thinking this way, Lin Feng suddenly realized that what appeared in his mind was a woman's face. Before he could get rid of the image in his mind, he saw a flash in front of him, and the zombie's figure appeared again. And the cup in his hand was filled with water again. Chapter 144. After Lin Qiao came out, she looked at the people squatting next to Yuan Tianqing. As soon as he turned his head, he saw his eldest brother staring at him with an inquisitive gaze that he didn't know what strange thoughts he was imagining. Lin Qiao was too familiar with his eyes. In any case, he was her big brother and they grew up together. She could understand his gaze, especially when it was so obvious. She looked at Lin Feng and knew that he must be imagining all sorts of things about her. She didn't care and turned around to pass the cup to Du Yuanqing. You still want to give it to him? Du Yuanqing took the cup and asked casually. Lin Qiao pointed at Lin Feng and then at the cup in Du Yuanqing's hand, pointing out 3 clean fingers. Lin Feng looked at her actions and subconsciously said, you're saying that it took 3 cups of this water for it to work. Lin Qiao nodded at him. Du Yuanqing stared at Lin Qiao's hand and said, your hands are really clean. Aren't zombies' hands all dirty? Bloodstains, filth, whatever. At this time, Lin Hao, who was waiting for him to pass the water over, couldn't help but say, okay, give me the water first. Du Yuanqing responded with an oh and reacted. He quickly passed the water to him. Lin Hao took the water and continued to let Yuan Tianqing drink it while saying, I feel that this water has a great healing effect on Big Brother Tianqing's internal injuries. The effects on external injuries won't be so fast. But it's still effective. When the others heard Lin Hao talk about the effects of the water, their eyes all lit up and looked at him. They all looked at Lin Qiao in amazement. Lin Qiao also looked at Lin Hao in surprise. He didn't think that this guy could feel the energy in the lake. Speaking of which, did his little brother have some sort of sensing ability? Lin Hao poured another cup of water into Yuan Tianqing's mouth. This time, Lin Qiao didn't need to come over to take it. He already passed the cup to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao understood and took 2 steps forward. Then, he took a step back and went back into the space. This time, no one would avoid her. Lin Xiaolu looked up at Mother Lin and asked, Grandma, can his face recover? Mother Lin knew that Lin Xiaolu was referring to the zombie's face, so she was confused. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Since the water could heal wounds on a person's body, why not heal the scars on his face as well? Or could it be that the water was only effective on humans and not zombies? After some thought, she could only coax her granddaughter, yes, because his body is different from ours. Maybe he will get better in the future. The conversation between the two of them made the others immediately think of this problem. But they didn't understand why this zombie's injury wasn't healed. Was it because he was a zombie? Lin Hao looked at everyone's eyes and understood what they were thinking. He suddenly said, maybe it's because he doesn't have any life force in his body, so the energy in the water is useless to him. He then turned to point at Yuan Tianqing and said, because of the water that Brother Tianqing drank, the energy is increasing his body's repair system at an extremely fast speed, and it is also stimulating the awakening of the original life force in his body. However, this cup of water was not enough, so he needed to drink another cup. Perhaps after drinking the third cup of water, the energy in his body would reach a saturation point. The effect won't be as great. Mother Lin looked at him and asked, "Are you saying that the energy in the water can only allow Tianqing to drink 3 cups? It's useless to drink more. Then why is your brother's condition improving so quickly, but there's still no sign of Tianqing?" Lin Hao said, "No, think about how long he disappeared with Big Brother before he appeared again. When he came out, Big Brother wasn't even awake." Lin Feng then said, "The most important thing now is to find a clean house. It's getting dark. Before it gets dark, we need to find a place to hide from zombies and shelter from the wind and rain. Let Tianqing have a good rest. We'll plan tomorrow." The others all nodded. Lin Wenwen looked at Lin Feng and her sister-in-law and said, "Not only brother Tianqing needs to rest, you and sister-in-law need to rest too. I don't know if his water will be useful for sister-in-law's foot injury." She then stared at Qing Wangshue's calf. Qing Wangshue shook her head and smiled softly, "I'm fine." Du Yuanqing also agreed, "Yes, it's already afternoon now. We can find a place to stay first. But we don't have to worry about zombies. He and that female zombie are here. Other zombies won't dare to come close." This was his experience over the past 2 days. Not to mention worrying about those zombies would take a detour when they saw them. Then when he comes out, let Tianqing drink this cup of water. Let's quickly find a place to spend the night, cough cough. Lin Feng said and suddenly coughed a few times. "All right, Lin Feng, you can stop talking. Let's find a place to spend the night according to what you said." Looking at her son, she might have said too much and put a strain on his body. Mother Lin immediately said. At this time, Lin Qiao also came out. As soon as he came out, he handed the cup of water to Lin Hao again. Seeing Lin Hao pour the water down Yuan Tianqing's throat, he took the empty cup. His hand shook and the cup disappeared from his hand. At this time, Du Yuanqing first said to Lin Qiao, that, "You seem to be called Lu Tianyu. Everyone is going to find a place to stay, do you have any good recommendations?" Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and looked at everyone when she heard this. Then she turned her head and sniffed around, but found that she couldn't smell anything useful. So she turned around and walked to the tree next to her. When she was about 4 or 5 meters away from the tree, she suddenly ran and jumped onto the tree trunk. Then she kicked the tree trunk and jumped to the building next to her. They watched as she jumped from the tree to the top of the tall building in a few steps like a nimble monkey. The people below felt it was a novelty. It was really convenient for this guy to go up to the top of the building. And among the people below, probably only Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing could do it so easily. Because they were rank 6 metahumans, they were able to skillfully apply energy to their legs and feet, allowing them to move quickly and nimbly. But the others couldn't do it as easily as Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao quickly jumped to the top of the building and stood at the highest position to look at the surrounding buildings. This was the edge of the city and it wasn't very prosperous. But there were still some big shopping malls or supermarkets. Or something like a big hotel. Lin Qiao looked around and found that there was a very tall building about 2 kilometers away. Although the signboard on the building had been blown away by the wind, a lot of it was still there. But he could still see the signs of the hotel's signboard. She took a look at the hotel and immediately turned around and jumped down from the top of the building. He landed on the ground as nimbly as a leopard. Chapter 145. After coming down, Lin Qiao took out a notebook and wrote a few words. Then she pointed in the direction of the hotel. The others looked at the words she wrote on the paper. There's a hotel building over there. Hotel building. That's fine, how far? Mother Lin asked. Lin Qiao stuck out 2 fingers at her. Everyone looked in that direction, but they couldn't see it within a few hundred meters. Could it be 2 kilometers? 2 kilometers. Lin Hao asked. Lin Qiao nodded and gave him a thumbs up out of habit. Lin Hao looked at her thumbs with a strange expression, then turned to look at Lin Feng and Mother Lin. He asked, "It's only 2 kilometers, we can walk there. Let's go. Jingchen, carry brother Tianqing." As he spoke, he suddenly shouted at one of the soldiers who had been quietly guarding at the side. The tall and strong Wei Jingchen immediately hung his rifle in front of his chest. Then he rolled up his sleeves and walked over, squatting down beside Yuan Tianqing. The others immediately helped Yuan Tianqing up and put him on Wei Jingchen's back. Lin Qiao took the lead to walk in the direction of the hotel. Actually, she wanted to bring them all into the space. But now wasn't the time because they weren't very familiar with each other. Under these circumstances, they definitely wouldn't be willing to enter her space. Lin Wenwen walked to Qing Wangshue's side and said to Lin Feng, "Big brother, let me support sister-in-law. You don't look well, are you feeling unwell?" Lin Feng didn't refuse her and happily pushed his wife to the girl. Then he slowly walked to the side. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. Is it okay to follow him?" At this moment, the squad leader who had been protecting them moved to Lin Hao's side with a gun in his hand. Lin Hao looked at Lin Qiao's back and said, "I'm not sure either." At this moment, Du Yuanqing came over and said, "It's okay, he won't harm us." Lin Hao looked at him and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Du Yuanqing laughed and squinted his eyes. "Do you know what his food is?" When Lin Hao heard him mention this, his eyes immediately looked at him strangely. "He is a zombie, doesn't he eat people?" Du Yuanqing shook his head. "No, he only eats raw animal meat. They don't eat humans." The others around him all looked at him with puzzled expressions. "Isn't he a zombie? Zombies only eat humans. Could it be that high-level zombies can eat animal meat?" Lin Hao asked curiously. In the past few years, they only knew that zombies would evolve by eating humans, but they had never seen any zombies that would attack living animals and eat them. The scientists in their base had also done experiments, capturing ordinary zombies and locking them up with some living animals. But after being locked up for a few days, those animals were still alive and well. The zombies turned a blind eye to the lively animals around them, but as long as someone approached, the zombies would immediately crazily approach the person. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, wanting to attack. Now, all the major bases have been researching for the past few years, but they still haven't been able to find a solution to the zombie virus. Even the factors that led to their evolution and the activation of their abilities had not been studied clearly. "I'm not sure either, in any case, I only saw him catch animals to eat." Lin Wenwen leaned over and said, "How do you know he doesn't eat humans? Maybe he didn't let you see him when he ate humans." Du Yuanqing froze and then replied somewhat blankly, "That's right, we can't be sure. But I still believe that he won't harm people, at least he saved me. He's a good zombie." The others, "Just because you say he's a good zombie, he's a good zombie. Who knows why he approached you?" Du Yuanqing, who didn't know that others were looking down on his intelligence, glanced at Yuan Tianqing on Wei Jingchen's back. He asked, "Right, why is Vice Leader Yuan here? He's already disappeared for a month, right? He disappeared when the base was in trouble." Lin Hao glanced at Yuan Tianqing in the middle of the group and thought of his situation. He said, "Brother Tianqing has been injured for almost a month, and there are still new injuries later on. It looks like something happened to him when he was missing, for him to be able to come back alive. He should be lucky. He's injured to this extent, but he still didn't forget to look for us. I wonder what he encountered." Long Qingying said, no wonder we couldn't find him when the base was attacked. I think he was plotted against. After all, he's always been by the leader's side, and his observation skills are too sharp. He might have interfered with the other party's plans. She had only thought of this possibility, but Long Qingying hadn't. What she said was the truth. Lin Qiao, who was walking in front, silently listened to their conversation. He didn't think that Yuan Tianqing would still be by Lin Qiao's side even in the apocalypse. And his ability was already at level 6, he wasn't an ordinary person to begin with. But this earth ability, if it was used to reconstruct a house, it should be very convenient. Du Yuanqing's ability was also a very rare type. This ability was extremely helpful to the base, and he actually hadn't been invited to work in the past. It was also very strange. As they walked, they suddenly realized that since the beginning, when the zombie in front walked past, the surrounding zombies would automatically retreat within 10 meters of it. This was a human-shaped corpse repellent. So useful. Lin Qiao walked and walked, then suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked in the other direction. What's wrong with him? Seeing that Lin Qiao stopped, the people behind also stopped. They kept a distance of 2 meters from him, and looked at Lin Qiao's expression and actions in confusion. At this time, Lin Qiao suddenly turned around and pointed to the direction of the hotel they were going to. Then he skillfully made a few hand gestures, then turned around. Suddenly, he jumped to the top of the second-floor building, and then jumped in the direction she was looking at, and quickly disappeared. He seems to have been in the special forces. Lin Feng said with a strange expression. Brother, what did he mean? Lin Wenwen and a few people who hadn't been in the army before couldn't understand Lin Qiao's hand gestures. They all looked at Lin Feng strangely. Only Lin Feng and a few soldiers without abilities understood Lin Qiao's words. Lin Feng looked in the direction Lin Qiao left, then looked in the direction of the hotel. Then he said, what he meant was for us to go to the hotel first. The hotel is safe, we can go there without worry. He's temporarily leaving, and will meet us at the hotel soon. Lin Wenwen and the others nodded in understanding. Oh. Wow, brother, you actually know what he's talking about. Lin Feng glanced at her and said unhappily, did you forget what your sister and I used to be? Then he continued to walk in the direction of the hotel. Chapter 146. Lin Wenwen nodded and said, oh, you guys used to be soldiers. Hey, you're saying that the hand signals he used just now was a secret code used by the military? Lin Feng nodded while walking and said, didn't I just say that he was a special forces soldier? Du Yuanqing also said at this time, but why did he only hand signals to you? How do you know you can understand it? But this way he won't have to go through the trouble of writing in the future, he can just hand signals to you if he wants to say something. Lin Feng also said strangely, I also find it strange how he knew I could understand it. Du Yuanqing thought for a moment and suddenly said, no wonder he said that you and he are subordinates, it seems like he also understands you. That's why he only hands signals to you. Lin Feng also had a puzzled expression, he thought for a moment and then nodded. According to what Du Yuanqing said, it could be considered reasonable. But Du Yuanqing quickly asked in a gossipy manner, but he suddenly left, what is he going to do? Looking at his appearance just now, it seems like he discovered something incredible. Lin Feng nodded, he should have discovered something. He is a zombie, his 5 senses are dozens of times more sensitive than ours. I reckon that the thing he discovered just now is not here. That's why he temporarily left. Du Yuanqing turned his head to look at the direction Lin Qiao left and said, leaving in such a hurry, what did he discover? After Lin Qiao reached the top of the building, she rushed in another direction. She also quickly used invisibility mode to hide her entire body's aura. Once she became invisible, other psychics and zombies would not be able to discover her. Although invisibility limited some of her body's abilities, it only limited her attack power. It didn't hinder her movements at all. She sped up and quickly jumped on top of the building. The buildings here weren't very tall. Most of them were 6 or 7-story buildings. There were also some small factories that only had 3 to 5 stories. Only the residential buildings were a bit taller. Occasionally there were some apartment buildings that were more than 10 stories. But this didn't hinder Lin Qiao's speed. She quickly jumped over all the buildings and arrived in front of a large park after 20 minutes. This park was more than 10 kilometers away from the Hotel Lin Feng and the others were going to. She had just sensed that there was a very strange thing in this park. It was very attractive to her. It was edible. When Lin Qiao arrived outside the park, the trees and vines in the park were abnormally lush. The trees were very tall. Most of them were 30 to 40 meters tall. Some of them were even 50 to 60 meters tall. Lin Qiao walked around the periphery and found the entrance to the park. He saw that the building with the park's name had been completely entangled by the red fire vines. He could no longer see the words clearly. Lin Qiao only took a glance, because in her eyes, these red vines were all dark gray, while the others were all white-gray. The words on the building had been covered by vines. She lifted her head and looked inside, then sniffed again. Then he walked in. The small square at the entrance was surrounded by all kinds of mutated vines. Lin Qiao walked straight in. Then she went into a fork in the road, and she had to stoop and drill. This was because they were either blocked by branches flying diagonally above them, or they were hung down by vines from the trees. Lin Qiao kept moving forward, and when he couldn't get through, he would use his claws to slash. He walked for more than 10 minutes while cutting and chopping. She walked out of the woods and suddenly appeared on a lawn. The grass on the lawn was overgrown, and there were many insects in the grass. Lin Qiao could feel that there were insects in the woods she had just drilled through. But she didn't know why. These insects wouldn't fall on her body. Even when the spider accidentally fell on her shoulder, it quickly jumped away from her shoulder. It didn't crawl on her body. Could it be that these insects were afraid of zombies? She didn't pay much attention to it and walked directly to the lawn. She stood at the edge of the woods and looked at the other side of the lawn. There was a lake there, but the lake water was dark green. But Lin Qiao saw the color of a large amount of virus energy in the lake. The lake was full of viruses. And there were still living things in the lake, although she didn't know what they had become. But it should be the original underwater creatures that had been infected by the virus and changed. Lin Qiao sniffed and only smelled a very pungent smell in the lake. But there was another smell in the lake that she felt could be eaten, and it could move. Could it be fish? Mutated fish. Lin Qiao walked over, but when she was halfway there, she suddenly stopped. Because she saw that there were a lot of fish skeleton-like corpses in the surrounding lawn. The flesh on their bodies had been eaten by something, leaving only a fish bone and a rotten fish head. The rotten smell from the fish head spread around. There were also a lot of these fish corpses that had been dried by the sun, and the half-rotten fish head had also become dry. The surrounding lawn was very messy, as if there was often something crawling on it, and the grass was flattened. Just when she didn't have time to understand the situation, her expression suddenly froze, and she immediately turned her head to the direction of the lake. Because there was something in the water coming ashore. Looking at the thing that came out of the water, Lin Qiao was immediately speechless. Except for the 4 deformed mutated legs on the abdomen, the other parts were just a fish. It wasn't that it was a bit bigger. The carp that was usually 1 or 2 palms wide was now not only 1 or 2 palms wide, but 7 or 8 palms wide. There were 4 short and thick fish legs under the abdomen, and she didn't know how they grew. Lin Qiao looked at it and wanted to dissect this mutated fish to see how the legs grew. But before she could understand, 7 or 8 four-legged carps climbed up from the water. All of a sudden, it leaped towards her. Its speed was as if a small motor had been activated. He ran as fast as he could. They were less than 10 meters away from Lin Qiao, but it only took them a few seconds. In an instant, they jumped past Lin Qiao's feet. Lin Qiao was so scared that she subconsciously jumped to the side, afraid that these strange things would hit her feet. In the end, they didn't even touch her feet, and she didn't know if it was because their senses were too sharp. They even bypassed her 2 feet. A fishy smell was brought by these fish, and Lin Qiao couldn't help but raise her hand to pinch her nose. It was too fishy, and it assaulted her nose. It smelled bad. At this moment, there was movement on the surface of the lake again. There was a sound of water splashing. Lin Qiao turned her head and saw a group of turtles with turtle shells on their backs rushing over. Yes, they were rushing over. With what looked like thick and heavy turtle shells, they directly chased in the direction where the carps escaped. That speed was much faster than the 7 or 8 strange fish just now. Chapter 147. Lin Qiao immediately raised her hand and took off her glasses. She looked at the group of about 30 to 40 turtles that were running faster than rabbits, as if she had seen a ghost. Swoosh, 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 it leaped past her feet. Moreover, each of them was as big as a wash basin. When they ran, their shells even pushed out a path on the 30 to 40 centimeters tall grass. And the smell that Lin Qiao smelled that attracted her and was edible. It was coming from the bodies of these running turtles. These turtles ran very fast and there were many of them. Before the fish could reach the forest, the turtles had already caught up with them. Moreover, all of them rushed forward, and a few turtles rushed towards a fish. It opened its 2 rows of strange sharp teeth and bit down on the fish with scales. Lin Qiao could see that the scales on the fish were very thick. Perhaps it was because they often ran in the water and on the land, the scales became very hard. But in the mouths of the turtles, the scales seemed to be useless. They were directly bitten to pieces. Fresh blood splattered, and then the tortoises tore off the flesh. Seeing these 4-legged fish struggling violently under the teeth of the turtles, Lin Qiao felt the pain. The fish were big, but they were no match for the attacks of several turtles. Moreover, other than the feet, there were no other changes to these fish. But the teeth of these turtles shone with a cold light. It was frightening to see. If one was bitten, it would be very painful. Moreover, the way these turtles tore the fish apart, Lin Qiao felt that they were a group of hungry wild dogs that were eager to eat. Their faces were fierce, and they were fighting with each other. If you turn your head and bite me, I will turn my head and bite you. Soon, the fish were eaten clean. Even the feet were taken to the side by the turtles and slowly chewed on by themselves. All that was left was a fish head and a bloody skeleton. Lin Qiao watched this scene happen and then end. It all took less than 5 minutes. Great, now there was no need to figure out what was going on with these fish bones. Didn't it happen in front of her very quickly? Lin Qiao looked at the big water turtles that were still lingering on the fish bones after they finished eating. 8 big fish, estimated that each of them was no less than 40 catties. Just like that, a group of ferocious-looking water turtles chased after him and devoured him. The scent of such a terrifying water turtle was actually the scent that attracted her. Was he asking her to kill these turtles and eat them? When Lin Qiao saw that the water turtles had started to retreat towards the lakeside, he immediately appeared. Suddenly, she stepped on the shell of a water turtle that happened to pass by her. The water turtle didn't have time to react to her sudden appearance. Suddenly, his back was stepped on, so he immediately struggled with all his might. The water turtle was very strong. Lin Chao felt as if he was stepping on a large dog. However, the turtle's shell was very convenient for Lin Chao to step on, so she pressed down hard on it. The water turtle immediately fell to the ground. It tried to stand up with its 4 legs, but it couldn't stand up no matter how hard it tried. Lin Chao's strength was originally greater than that of a bull, let alone a water turtle. Seeing the water turtle moving its limbs, it didn't forget to turn its head to bite the foot that stepped on its shell. However, its neck wasn't that long, so no matter how it stretched its body, its teeth couldn't reach Lin Chao's foot. Lin Chao bent down and grabbed the edge of its shell from behind. Then, she suddenly let go of her foot. Then, with a flip of his hand, he flipped the water turtle over and flipped it upside down. Looking at the 4 legs moving wildly, but the turtle couldn't turn over because of its shell, Lin Chao looked at the other water turtles. Only then did Lin Chao look at the other water turtles, only to find that they were all retreating into the lake. Maybe the one she caught had sent out some kind of danger signal. The other water turtles ran into the lake at the same speed. Just as fast as he came up, he ran down with a whizzing sound. Then, he jumped into the lake and dove headfirst into the water. Lin Chao immediately chased after the ones behind, just like she caught the first one. She stepped on its shell and quickly turned it over with her hand. Then, she went to catch the third one. But although these turtles weren't as fast as her, most of them still ran away. Lin Chao dodged left and right, and only flipped over 7 water turtles. Seeing the 7 water turtles lying on the ground upside down, she turned left and right but couldn't turn them over. Only then did Lin Chao walk towards a slightly bigger one. She squatted down beside the water turtle that was as big as a water basin and watched it struggle with its 4 legs. Seeing Lin Chao approaching, the water turtle glared at her fiercely. It kept its teeth open and stretched its head in her direction. It looked like it wanted to attack her. "You're already like this, and you still want to attack me? Watch how I kill you." Lin Chao stared at the fierce water turtle and suddenly grinned. She reached out and flicked her claws. Then, she released 5 sharp nails. It slashed its claws at its head. Clatter! Then, this water monster with its sharp teeth was completely cut off by her. She smelled the blood flowing from the wound and the fresh flesh. Lin Chao sniffed hard and then began to kill the turtle. Her claws could even cut stone walls, so of course, it was easy for her to cut a turtle. She stretched out her index finger, put the nail to the side, and then forcefully cut from the head to the tail. Squeak, the sound of the nail scraping against the turtle shell. After drawing a line, Lin Chao knew that the shell under the line had already been cut open. At this moment, as long as she forcefully broke the sides of the turtle's back and abdomen, the meat would come out. Just as Lin Chao was breaking the turtle shell, a white figure suddenly flashed beside her. She appeared on the lawn. Lin Chao casually glanced at Chiu Lily, who suddenly appeared, and then looked down at the body of the water turtle that had been broken into 2. Then, she began to dig out the internal organs and gnaw on the meat. At this moment, Chiu Lily's big red eyes were wide open, and she originally had an angry expression on her face. But when she saw that there were a few big turtles with their 4 legs facing the sky, they couldn't turn over no matter how hard they tried. Immediately, she curiously came over. She was originally going to chase after Yang Jianhua, but halfway through, she couldn't catch up with him. She didn't know what method he used to hide, although she was a little unwilling. But she soon gave up and returned to find Lin Chao. In the end, she found that Lin Chao ran to the lake in the park alone, and then came to find her. Then, she saw a ground full of big turtles with their 4 legs facing the sky. And Lin Chao was there killing a big turtle to eat. So in the end, Chiu Lily squatted next to the smallest turtle. She used her hands to turn the turtle's shell, making it spin like a top. She watched as Lin Qiao took out a delicate and sharp dagger to cut the meat to eat. Chapter 148. Lin Qiao used the dagger to cut the turtle meat into small pieces and put them into her mouth while thinking about what to do with the other big turtles. She definitely didn't want to put them back. Should she eat them all at once? She felt that it was a waste. She didn't know if she could raise them in her lake. Would the vines at the bottom of the lake catch them and eat them if she put them in? And the energy in the lake shouldn't be harmful to these turtles. The only thing she was worried about was that strange big vine. But the big vines seemed to only want energy. Although these turtles grew a little big after the mutation, they didn't have any energy fluctuations. It seemed that there was no such thing as an energy core. She didn't know if the big vine would be interested in them. As she was eating, she saw the smaller water turtle in front of Qiao Lily. She couldn't stop playing with it, and an idea flashed through her mind. Why don't I put one in first to try? Thinking of this, she shifted her gaze to the other turtles and continued to eat her own meat. At this time, Qiao Lily looked at her curiously, watching her eat with relish. She also stood up and moved closer. Qiao Lily also ate animal meat, but she didn't like to eat it. So she would only eat it once in a while to replenish her body's energy. Or she would kill a few level 4 or 5 zombies and dig out their cores to absorb. She didn't want to eat humans, although human meat smelled delicious. Seeing Qiao Lily move closer, Lin Qiao used the dagger to dig out a piece of meat, then used the tip of the knife to pick it up and handed it to her. Qiao Lily squatted down next to her, hands in her arms, and stretched her nose over to sniff. Then, he slightly furrowed his eyebrows, but still opened his mouth and bit towards that piece of meat. After biting down, her eyebrows furrowed even more. Then she chewed and paused, and her eyebrows directly furrowed. Lin Qiao looked at her confused expression and couldn't help but smile. Qiao Lily frowned and looked at her. She couldn't help but chew the meat that she wanted to spit out. Then she swallowed it. Lin Qiao looked at her funny, her eyes saying, "Is it that bad? Look at your expression." After Qiao Lily swallowed a mouthful, she ignored the other mouthful left on the tip of Lin Qiao's knife. He turned his head, stood up, and ran to the little turtle that had just stopped and was already dizzy. He continued to play with the turtle. Lin Qiao watched her finish running and then looked at the small piece of meat left in his hand. So he put the meat into his mouth. He couldn't waste food. Although Qiao Lily's saliva was disgusting, it didn't matter. In the past, when they were out on missions, they often ate like this with their comrades, and no one would dislike each other. Anyway, she was now a zombie, so she didn't need to be afraid of the virus in Qiao Lily's saliva. She continued to quickly peel off the meat of the turtle and eat it. Then, she threw the turtle shell away. Then he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, stood up, and put away his dagger. She walked up to another turtle and grabbed its tail with her hand. Then, he disappeared with the giant turtle. Qiao Lily looked at the place where she disappeared and continued to turn the tortoise in her hand. After Lin Qiao brought the turtle into the space, he directly threw the turtle into the lake. Plop! The giant water turtle fell into the water and immediately swam towards the deeper part of the lake. Lin Qiao could feel its existence and movement, but she couldn't feel the existence of the vines. It seemed that she could only see it when it appeared. Then she realized that after the turtle went into the water. Not long after, he became very happy and started swimming. Lin Qiao waited and waited, but she didn't see any movement at the bottom of the lake. She began to think hesitantly, could it be that the vines were really not interested in this turtle without energy? Or would they not come out now, or would they come out later? Just when she was thinking whether the vines at the bottom of the lake didn't want to touch the turtle. Suddenly, there was a wave at the bottom of the lake. Well, just a second ago, she was still thinking whether or not it was not interested. But the next second, it directly appeared. Then, she felt that the water turtle was not swimming smoothly. Soon, it seemed to be entangled by something. Lin Chao knew that the vines were moving. But before she could think about whether the water turtle would be absorbed, she saw a sudden splash on the surface of the water, and something was thrown out. She looked at the big turtle that was thrown out from the center of the lake and flew towards her in an upward curve. Lin Chao was speechless. She really didn't know what to say. Lin Chao glanced at the green vine that had appeared when the water turtle had been thrown out. But the vine quickly retreated back into the lake. It must have been despised. Was he despised by her? It must have been despised. Lin Chao looked at the big turtle that fell to the ground beside her with a bang. At this time, the turtle was a little dizzy from the fall and couldn't react for a moment. In order to confirm whether her idea was right, Lin Chao suddenly lifted her leg. Then, he kicked the turtle into the lake like a ball. Then, the water turtle flew back into the lake in an arc, plop, it fell into the lake again. Sure enough, in less than a minute, Lin Chao saw the big water turtle being thrown out of the water again with a "thoo" sound. Lin Chao was speechless. Did this vine become sentient? Looking at the big turtle that flew back to her side, Lin Chao thought for a moment. Once again, he kicked the pitiful water turtle into the water. Then 10 seconds later, she saw the big turtle flying back. Lin Chao turned to look at the vine that was still in the center of the lake, amused. At this time, they didn't retreat back into the water again. Instead, they kept hitting the water in the center of the lake. Plop plop plop, plop plop plop, plop plop plop, it was angry. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the vine that was finally angered by her behavior, Lin Chao grinned unkindly. She sensed the strong dissatisfaction and rejection from the vines. Looking at the big turtle that had been tossed around by her, Lin Chao turned to look around. In the end, she saw Junjun standing at the entrance of the small space, looking at her strangely. Lin Chao turned to look at the big turtle that was rejected by the vine and thought about what to do with it next. Since the vine in the lake wouldn't let it go down, then the other vines wouldn't let it go down either. Was she going to put it on the grass and look at the strawberries and vegetables she had planted? Now that Junjun had taken good care of them, letting these turtles that ran as fast as rabbits in, they would definitely destroy the things she had planted. What to do? They weren't like the little mice from before and the rabbit hiding in the grass. They weren't destructive. These turtles weighed dozens of kilograms. It would be a disaster if they stepped on the vegetables. Not to mention that they had sharp teeth. Chapter 149. Seeing that Lin Chao didn't kick the water turtle back into the lake, the vine slowly calmed down. Then, it retracted back into the water and sank. Lin Chao looked at the water turtle and thought about how to keep it alive in the space. She couldn't kill it and put it in a bucket to keep it fresh like she did with the snake meat, right? Just when Lin Chao didn't know how to deal with the water turtle, she suddenly felt a wave of energy outside the space. Then, she heard Chiu Lily's scream. Dash! Lin Chao didn't care about the fainting water turtle and directly went out of the space. As soon as she came out, she saw such a scene. From the forest, there were many vine tentacles as thick as an adult's arm. She couldn't see what color they were. But judging from the dark gray color, the color of these vines was very long. Moreover, the thick and sturdy vines had many small thorns and many leaves growing on them. There were at least 20 to 30 of these vine tentacles that stretched all the way to the edge of the lake. Moreover, they were waving crazily. Their target was the big water turtle that Lin Chao had flipped on the ground. At this time, Chio Lily was angrily staring at the vines that wanted to steal the water turtle. She used her wind to cut off one vine. 2 vines came, and she cut off 2. A viscous liquid flowed out from the cut vines, and then it quickly retracted. More and more vines rushed out of the forest. They continued to move towards the water turtle. What the hell is this? Was it another vine that had gained sentience? Lin Qiao looked at the vine in front of her and thought about the one in her space lake. Suddenly, she felt that the one in her space was much better looking than the one in front of her. It's here to steal the turtle. Seeing Lin Qiao appear, Chio Lily immediately shouted at her. Lin Qiao looked at the crazily twisting vines and suddenly felt a burst of energy. It was a very strange energy. It didn't seem like the energy of a mutant zombie or a human. It was a unique energy. Is this the energy of a mutant plant? It seems that this vine is already nodding. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao shouted at Chio Lily. You wait here. I'll go check it out. Then, his figure flashed, and he became invisible. Then, he bypassed the tentacles of the vines and walked along them towards the forest. Her invisibility caused the vines to ignore her and rush towards Chio Lily. Chio Lily's speed was abnormally fast, so she was able to deal with the vines that wanted to grab the water turtle. It was like a game. Hearing Lin Qiao's roar, they knew that Lin Qiao was going to deal with their main force. So he waited here while playing with Man Ting, who was pestering him endlessly. Lin Qiao followed the vines and quickly found the main trunk of the vines. The location was actually not very far away. It was only about 10 meters away from the lawn by the lake. But the surroundings were empty. Only the tentacles of this vine covered the area with a diameter of about 10 meters. There was a big fruit in the middle of the vine, a black thing, surrounded by some strange plants. These things did not seem to have grown out of the vines. They seemed to be living on them. It was another kind of plant, somewhat similar to a pitcher plant. There was a big pocket under the leaves, and the opening of the pocket was covered by the leaves. There were hard and thick thorns on the edges of the leaves. At this time, the pitcher plant was opening the opening of the pocket, revealing the inside of the pocket. There were only 3 pockets, but they were guarding the 3 directions of the fruit. The pockets were facing outwards, as if they were protecting the fruit. Lin Qiao felt the energy coming from the fruit. It seemed that there was a nucleus inside. In addition, Lin Qiao also smelled a very tempting fragrance coming from the pockets of the pitcher plant. But this fragrance, Lin Qiao did not like it. Because there was a sense of unreality and illusion. Before the apocalypse, this kind of plant would use its own smell to attract insects or small animals into the pocket. Then, it would cover the lid and trap the prey that fell into the trap. Then, it would secrete a kind of digestive fluid to digest the prey. Lin Qiao lightly stepped on the thick vines and jumped towards the center. The vines that she stepped on froze for a few seconds. She did not know if they felt Lin Qiao step on them, but they could not feel her breath. Lin Qiao looked at the vines, they were already as thick as her thighs. The thorns on them were also very sharp and big, but Lin Qiao stepped on the gaps beside the thorns and walked up. While walking, both of her claws flashed at the same time. She did not have much firepower now. It was more convenient to use her claws to cut them. When Lin Qiao sneakily walked to the center of the vines, she was very close to the pitcher plant. Then, he smelled that fragrance becoming even stronger. She looked into the pocket and saw that it was filled with a lot of rat corpses, as well as some birds and insects. The pitcher plant's pocket was actually not very big, and it swayed back and forth. She did not know why these 2 plants would stay together, or how they could help each other. But looking at the hole that was only the size of a laptop screen, it was impossible to store those water turtles. Not to mention, they could not digest the turtle shell. Why did the vine want to steal her tortoise? She looked around and looked at the roots of the vines. She actually found some animal corpses, and some cat and dog corpses. These corpses were all pressed under the branches of the vines, so she did not pay attention to them earlier. Now that she looked at them, there were actually quite a lot of them. She looked into the other two pitcher plants' pockets again. Sure enough, she found some half-grown or young cat corpses inside. But the strange thing was, whether it was the cat and rat corpses in the pitcher plant or the cat and dog corpses at the roots of the vines, they were all sucked dry. And there was not even the stench of the corpses. The corpses in the pitcher plant's pockets were more thoroughly digested. Except for the bones, everything else was dissolved. And the corpses at the roots of the vine seemed to have been sucked dry of blood and water. They were all twisted and dry. Lin Qiao walked gently to the side of the pitcher plants and stared at the fruit in the middle. The fruit was not big, only the size of a man's fist. The opening was a bit like a persimmon, and there was a knot on its butt. On the other side, there was only a short stem propping it up. She flashed her nails, although she did not know how aggressive these pitcher plants were. But looking at the animal corpses in the pocket, she knew that it was not a good one. Lin Qiao stretched out her two claws. Her figure flickered slightly, and she appeared directly from the space. Then, he reacted quickly and sliced off the pockets of the cage grass along with the fruit. Chapter 150. Swish, swish, with a few sounds, the 3 big bags were cut off. The fruit was also cut off by her. Seeing that the fruit was about to fall to the ground, Lin Qiao hurriedly bent down and reached out to catch the fruit. Then, she quickly entered the space. After the bag fell to the ground, the lid reflexively closed. The vines suddenly stopped when the fruit was cut off. Then, they began to twist violently. The surrounding grass and trees rustled. Soon, the vines that were extending outwards retracted, and the vines danced wildly in the open space. A large number of vines waved, whipping the surrounding flowers and trees over and over again. The grass and dust on the ground were also tossed around by the vines, and the ground shook. The large movements of the vines caused the birds in the surrounding trees to flutter their wings and fly into the sky in fear. Then, they quickly flew away from the area. But soon, the movements of the vines gradually slowed down. As if it had lost its strength, it began to droop to the ground. After a few minutes, it was completely motionless. Lin Qiao didn't care whether it moved or not. She took the strange fruit and entered the space. She sat on a chair by the lake. Next to the chair was the stove that she had piled up with stones. It was used to cook for the little boy. She sat on the chair. This chair should have been moved over by Junjun. She didn't know if it was to let the little boy sit on it, but she cooked by the side. Until now, she still couldn't remember the little boy's name. If Junjun didn't know, then Lin Qiao definitely didn't know. Later, to make it convenient to call the little boy, Junjun gave him a name. He was called Tong Tong. Lin Qiao held the fruit in front of her eyes and found that there was a small amount of thick liquid flowing out from the place where she cut off the rhizome. It was the same as the thick liquid on the vines. She held the fruit and looked left and right. Then, she squeezed it. It felt very hard. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem edible. However, there was indeed a large amount of energy inside. She didn't know if there was also a crystal-like core inside. Was it round or flat? She pointed out a fingernail and scratched it from the head to the tail, and then back to the head. She drew a circle. Then, she pulled the two sides apart with both hands. Caw! The fruit cracked open and a rich energy rushed out. It directly rushed to Lin Qiao's face. She subconsciously tilted her head to the side, avoiding the energy impact. At the center, there was indeed a thumb-sized white nucleolus. But what wrapped around the nucleus was not the flesh of the fruit, but a thick layer of shell. It's very hard. Even a hammer wouldn't be able to break it open. Attached to the nucleus was a layer of smooth, hard skin. Lin Qiao used the tip of his fingernail to pick out the white nucleus. She did not notice that in the lake beside her, there was a long shadow swimming over. Then, along the shore, a small section of green vine branches appeared. The branch extended towards Lin Qiao's feet. Just as Lin Qiao had dug out the white kernel, the branch began to crawl towards his feet. He poked Lin Qiao's leg with the end of the vine. Just as Lin Qiao was about to study how to absorb the energy from the kernel, he felt his feet being poked twice by something. She looked down and saw a familiar-looking vine had climbed from the lake to her feet. "Oh, this guy is really smart." Seeing that Lin Qiao had noticed it, the vine immediately stood up. It stretched out its branch and poked the kernel in Lin Qiao's hand. Lin Qiao playfully moved her hand to the side. Sure enough, the vine's movement paused for a moment, then it followed her hand and moved to the side. Lin Qiao moved her hand back and saw that the vine had moved back as well. She moved left and right, but the vine followed her relentlessly. It seemed that it would not stop until it touched the kernel. Does it want it that much? Suddenly, she felt that the vine was like a child asking for candy. Lin Qiao looked at it with amusement. As if sensing Lin Qiao's thoughts, the vine stopped moving. After standing straight in front of her for a while, it suddenly reached towards her arm. Then, it slowly wrapped around her wrist. "Want energy? Upgrade." Lin Qiao sensed this message from the vine's contact. This can help you upgrade. Lin Qiao thought to herself as she looked at the vine. She was not in a hurry to absorb the energy. But if she gave it to the vine, it might be happy. What if she gave it to her again? Thinking of this, Lin Qiao handed the white kernel to it. Looking at the kernel that Lin Qiao handed over, the vine immediately stretched out happily and rolled it into a bag. Then, it dragged it away and quickly shrank into the water. Lin Qiao saw that the vine shrank back after taking her kernel. She stood up and walked to the lake to sense it. Sure enough, after a while, she sensed a wave of energy at the bottom of the lake. After waiting for a while, Lin Qiao suddenly remembered the big water turtle that she had brought in before. She turned her head to look at where the water turtle was, but found that it had disappeared. Where did it go? On the other side, Qiu Lily was originally having fun with those thick vines. Suddenly, she saw that all the vines froze at the same time, and then they all shrank back. They did not care about the big water turtle and Qiu Lily. Looking at this, Qiu Lily immediately guessed that Lin Qiao must have done something. That was why all the vines shrank back quickly. However, not long after the vines shrank back, there was a violent sound. Qiu Lily heard it, although she could not see what was going on. But the sound she heard was also very loud. The vines whipped the ground and the flowers and trees next to them. There were also the frightened birds and the small animals that ran away. The sound of the vibration lasted for a while, and then it slowly subsided. Then it quickly returned to normal. Qiu Lily waited for a while. When she saw that the vines did not extend out again, she squatted down and played with the turtle again. Because Lin Qiao had not come out yet. She looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. She did not know how long it would take for Lin Qiao to come back, so she could only continue to watch these turtles. Qiu Lily, who was bored, turned this turtle and saw that it did not stop. Suddenly, she ran to turn another turtle, and then the third one. Then she went to turn the fourth one. At this time, she saw that the first one was about to stop, so she ran back to turn the first one. Then she went to turn the other one. So, she played with the turtles alone. And it was not just one turtle, but all of them. There were 7 big water turtles that Lin Xiao had turned over, but now there were only 5 left. One was eaten by Lin Xiao, and the other was brought into the space by her. Chapter 151. On the other side, Lin Xiao was looking for the big water turtle in her space. It was definitely not in the water, so it could only be on the shore. Looking left and right, it could only be hidden in the haystacks. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and listened carefully for any movement. He sniffed with his nose and then walked over. She hadn't taken care of the strawberries and vegetables for a long time. Junjun was the one who did it. She didn't care because she saw Junjun doing it. Now that she walked over, she suddenly thought of how those little mice were doing. They must have come to nibble on her strawberries. And that gray rabbit, it was also guarding her strawberries. Lin Xiao knew that Junjun would come here from time to chase those little things away. Originally, Lin Xiao used them to store food, but now she let them live here freely. She didn't know how that rabbit got along with Tiny, but Lin Xiao didn't plan to eat it anymore. But those mice, she would eat them after they grew up. Smelling the smell of the big water turtle, Lin Xiao quietly walked over. Her footsteps were very light as she walked in the direction of the big water turtle. She found that the big water turtle had actually run to the edge of the lawn and the white mist barrier. Was this big water turtle trying to break out of her space? Lin Xiao silently walked over and looked at the big water turtle that had been circling around the white mist as if it was looking for an exit. The big water turtle immediately sensed her approaching. It turned around and saw Lin Xiao standing behind it. It immediately shrank its 4 limbs, head and tail into the turtle's shell, leaving only the shell lying there. Lin Xiao looked at the big water turtle that was scared of her and the vines in the lake. She immediately squatted down and flipped its shell over. Just as she squatted down and thought about how to deal with this water turtle and the others outside, she suddenly felt a call from the center of the lake. This feeling was the same as the first time she was summoned into the water and met the vines. But this time, her consciousness didn't enter a muddled state. She was awake. Lin Xiao stood up and walked back to the lake. But she didn't notice that when she turned to leave. The white mist behind her was slowly spreading outwards, gradually revealing a tall shadow. These shadows were like the shadows of trees in the distance when the light was not good at night. As the white fog dissipated, some trees were slowly revealed. These trees were all dark, tall and huge. The branches and leaves were very lush, and they were about 10 meters tall. The white mist continued to disperse. On the other side of the lake, the white fog was also dissipating. However, the small space that Junjun was in didn't disperse. Instead, it moved backwards. Junjun was playing with Tong Tong in the small space. Suddenly, he felt a light above his head. When he looked up, he realized that he had run out of the space. But then he realized that something was wrong. Even if he was outside. Why was the bed and other things outside? When she looked again, she realized that it wasn't her who had run out. Instead, this space had run away on its own. Seeing that his position had not changed, he suddenly felt that the space had become much larger. Junjun carefully looked at the current location of the small space and found something. The small space was still moving. She looked at the white fog walls around her in surprise and found that the white fog walls were also expanding. And she also saw the inexplicable trees on the other side of the lawn. What? What was going on? Did Lin Xiao do something to her space? When Junjun looked at Lin Xiao by the lake, she saw that Lin Qiao was taking off her clothes. She hurriedly covered the little boy's eyes. Not suitable for children. Don't look. At this time, when Lin Qiao walked to the lake, she was taking off her clothes and looked back at Junjun. She found that she had covered Tong Tong's eyes. Only then did she feel relieved and take off all her clothes. After taking off her clothes, Lin Qiao walked into the lake naked. As soon as she got into the water, something quickly wrapped around her feet and gently pulled her into the lake. She looked down and found that it was a vine. Lin Qiao was pulled down by the vine until the lake water reached her chest. Then she plunged into the water and dived into the bottom of the lake. As soon as she got into the lake, she found that the energy under the lake was many times stronger than before. The original bright green energy had turned dark green. Lin Qiao was a little surprised. Looking at the dark green energy in front of her, she wondered if it was caused by the energy of the fruit core. Before she could swim to the center of the lake, a few more vines waved towards her. Then, he wrapped it around her arms, waist, legs, and so on. Then they quickly pulled her into the bottom of the lake. On the other side, there were more vines reaching out and wrapping around her body. When Lin Qiao reached the bottom of the lake, her body had been wrapped up in a green cocoon again. That numb and itchy feeling came from all over her skin. She didn't know if the scar on her face could be healed first. She hoped it could be healed this time. Her face first. Lin Qiao silently endured the pain of the splitting headache while muttering in his heart. She didn't know if the vines could sense her thoughts. She casually felt the dull pain in her mind and took a deep breath. She was ready. Sure enough, the dull pain didn't disappoint her. Very quickly, it exploded in her mind. Yes. Lin Qiao clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly. Her whole body tensed up. However, the tenacity of the vines was still as terrifying as before, and they tightly wrapped around her. It tightly wrapped around her, but it didn't make her move at all. The exploding pain in her mind became more and more intense. Lin Qiao clenched her teeth tightly. Her teeth were about to fall out. But she didn't open her mouth to cry out. Deep breath. Deep breath. At this moment, a message suddenly came into her mind. Lin Qiao subconsciously took a deep breath. Suddenly, she felt a large amount of energy rush into her nose and into her mind. But this energy didn't reduce the pain in her mind. Instead, it seemed to lead something to explode. Lin Qiao only felt that the original burning pain suddenly rose a few levels, turning into a kind of swelling, painful, hot and fierce feeling in his head. Lin Qiao felt that her head wasn't about to explode, but it was as if it was being stretched by something. She felt that her head was several times bigger. The painful feeling kept tormenting in her mind. Lin Qiao could barely stay awake. But she would rather pass out now. When she woke up, everything would be over. But just as her consciousness blurred, she was woken up by the great pain. Chapter 152. She repeated this process over and over again. She didn't know how much time had passed. Until she started to gradually become numb again. Suddenly, her body trembled and a scorching hot feeling rushed out from her brain. As a zombie, she had never been able to feel heat. But this time, the heat in her mind made her have a very, very hot feeling spread out. It was as if her brain had become an oven that was roasting her entire brain. Lin Qiao, who was about to become numb, was caught off guard. Her face suddenly twisted. She couldn't help but open her mouth and scream. Roar! Her roar caused waves of ripples at the bottom of the water. After she screamed, her entire brain seemed to have exploded. The explosive pain caused Lin Qiao to immediately lose consciousness. She finally fainted. Although Lin Qiao's scream didn't reach the surface of the water, Junjun, who was standing on the shore and watching the space slowly expand, could strongly feel it. She turned her head to look at the water and found that there was a silent ripple on the surface of the lake. Junjun didn't know what Lin Qiao was doing in the water, but she felt that the lake was very dangerous. Only Lin Qiao dared to go down, but she didn't dare to. At this time, Lin Qiao, who had already fainted, was doing as she hoped. Slowly, the dark green energy in the lake quickly entered her body. Moreover, it was specifically entering her wounds. The wounds on her legs and arms had already healed. Other than the abnormal color of her skin and the stiffness of her muscles, she was no different from a normal person. A large amount of energy surged into her abdomen, then traveled through her entire body and finally gathered in her brain. The energy that flowed throughout her body quickly activated the dead cells in her body, and then injected energy into the new cells. However, the cell growth process was very slow, especially in the cavity under her abdomen. The external energy activated Lin Qiao's dead cells and quickly healed the scars on her face. Of course, there were also the 2 lumps of organs on her chest. At the bottom of the lake, under the roots of the vine. At the same time, a black light flashed. Every time it flashed, a wave of dark green energy surged out. However, most of the energy was transmitted from the vines into Lin Qiao's body, and finally gathered in her brain. No one knew what was going on. Of course, Lin Qiao, who was already unconscious, was even more clueless. The scar on her face was deteriorating bit by bit, and a new layer of flesh was growing under the scar, pushing out the old scar that was gradually hardening. A strange membrane also appeared in her abdomen, covering the entire wound on her abdomen. While Lin Qiao's body was being transformed by the energy, Qiu Lily stood by the lake and waited in boredom. But after waiting for a long time, Lin Qiao did not come out. She did not intend to leave first, so she continued to squat here and turn the tortoise. The 5 big turtles were already dizzy from her spinning, and they all shrank back into their shells. On the other side, Lin Feng and the others didn't take long to reach the hotel that had 40 to 50 floors. Without Lin Qiao's existence, the zombies in the restaurant all rushed out when they smelled the scent of humans. Howling, it pounced towards them. Since the 2 level 6 paranormals in the team couldn't make a move, then only the others could. 4 women, big and small, were protected in the middle. Among the 4 women, Qing Wangshua's attack power was originally the strongest. But just now, her leg bone was broken by Yang Jianhua's ice blade, so now she was injured and unable to move. And Lin Wenwen's ability had no attack power, because she was the same as the current Lin Qiao, a space type. Before the apocalypse, she was just a university student, so she had no combat ability. After the apocalypse, she learned how to hold a gun, shoot, aim, and shoot under the pressure of the dangerous environment. In addition, her reaction speed had greatly improved, but she still had no combat ability. Needless to say, the other 2, one old and one young. They were all ordinary people. Lin Hao's ability's attack power was not strong, but his senses were very sharp. So in the end, except for Du Yuanqing and Long Qinying, the others all raised their guns. When they saw a zombie, they would explode its head. They also practiced very accurate shooting skills, fast, ruthless, and accurate. It couldn't be helped, in this post-apocalyptic world, these skills were all forced to learn by themselves. But the soldiers who had been protecting Lin Feng and the others along the way were real soldiers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have protected them all the way to Zhe province, and many of their brothers died along the way. But they didn't die in the mouths of zombies, but in the hands of Yang Jianhua's people. This hotel was in the bustling central area, so there were a lot of zombies around. There were zombies both inside and outside the building. With the appearance of living people, The zombies that usually only knew how to wander around were now like chickens that had been beaten, and excitedly gathered towards them. They all brandished their claws, wanting to pounce on Lin Feng and the others and eat a few mouthfuls of fresh meat. However, before they could even get within 10 meters of them, their heads had already been blown off by the spear. Du Yuanqing's hands flung out electricity, and a large area of those zombies was whipped. Then these zombies would tremble, and then they would stiffly stand on the spot and not move. It wasn't that they were dead, but that they had temporarily lost their reaction. Very soon, the electricity would disappear, and they would continue to move. Long Qingying still used the simple and crude method of gathering metal, turning it into a large number of small weapons such as steel awls and steel nails. Then with a flick, they all fiercely pierced the zombies' foreheads. Then she would retract them to control the next round of attacks. With Long Qingying and Du Yuanqing's large area attacks, the other movements into the hotel building became much more convenient. And they even had time to chat. Where did that zombie go? So long. Who knows, the hotel looks very big. Looking at the appearance of the hall, it seems like it hasn't been swept. Later, let's look for the freezer and other warehouses. See if there's any food that hasn't expired yet. Understood. Even if 5 years had passed, some places could still find food that had been preserved before the end of the world. Many canned food, dried food, etc. that had undergone special treatment in vacuum-sealed packaging, could be preserved for more than 5 years. Therefore, places like those big restaurants or star hotels, as well as those high-class clubs and so on, may also store sealed packaging of food. As for whether it had deteriorated or not, it depended on luck. If they encountered some freezer, under the situation of a power outage, it would still maintain a low temperature for a long time, plus the weather after the end of the world. Although it was hot during the day, it would also be very cold at night. As long as the sun didn't shine, the ice would not melt. Some sealed freezers would still retain a large amount of ice. Chapter 153. When everyone entered the restaurant, they discovered that the zombies in the building had not been cleared out. Apart from the messy facilities, there were still many things left behind. Only a large amount of dust had accumulated. This hotel is so big, yet no one came to collect supplies. Haiqing Base isn't too far from here. Did those people not discover this place? Or did they not find this place? Du Yuanqing asked strangely. Their current location was in a county town on the edge of the original Zhe province's Hangzhou city. In this county town, there was probably only one such high-rise hotel. The others probably wouldn't be built this high. Looking at the hotel's facilities, it could be seen that this place was decorated very luxuriously. Just the few crystal lights in the lobby would cost tens of thousands. The sofas, tables, and chairs in the lobby that were scratched by the zombies were all very high-quality goods. On this side, everyone was looking for a safe place to temporarily stay, clearing out the zombies in the corridor. Lin Qiao on the other side was currently undergoing a strange change. At this time, a black gas was emitting from her head, like a black fog that appeared when something was being burned. The black gas didn't spread in the water, but instead condensed along her head and slowly covered her entire face. The dark green energy seemed to be afraid of the black mist-like gas. After the black fog appeared, the dark green energy immediately retreated. At the same time, the vines that wrapped around Lin Qiao also quickly released her when the black gas came over. Very quickly, the black gas emitted from Lin Qiao's head completely wrapped around her head. But the black gas didn't stop and continued to pour out from her head. It slowly spread to her neck, chest, arms, abdomen, and other parts below. Not long after, it completely wrapped her into a black humanoid object. After the black gas completely wrapped around Lin Qiao, the vines all let go of Lin Xiao, and then all retracted downwards. But the black gas didn't stay on Lin Xiao's skin for long. In less than 3 minutes, it began to retreat towards her head, gradually exposing Lin Xiao's body from her feet up. After her feet and calves were exposed, they became different from before. The originally pale green skin with a faint black color, as well as the skin that grew out from behind the wounds, had all changed. It was a uniform white, just like a piece of white jade. Her skin was completely different from before, but Lin Xiao didn't know about this. The black mist continued to shrink above her head, revealing her thighs and body. Except for the large wound on his abdomen that was covered by a strange membrane, the rest of his body had recovered. However, his entire body had turned white, as if Lin Xiao was a huge piece of jade. Soaking in the water, his skin was still imprinted with waves of water ripples, which were imprinted from above. After sensing that the black fog had retreated, the vines that had shrunk back to the bottom wriggled up again. Then, it wrapped around Lin Xiao's body. When the black fog completely receded, Lu Tianyu's beautiful face was revealed. Her beautiful appearance had returned to normal. The original scars had all disappeared. Along with it, her hair disappeared. He wondered how Lin Xiao would react when he woke up and touched his bald head. This time, the vines did not wrap her up completely. Only a few of them reached out and wrapped around her delicate and flexible waist. Then, he used the tip of the vine's tail to poke her skin here and there, and then happily slid around her bare head. Lin Xiao didn't wake up, and when she woke up again, it was already the second day. When she opened her eyes, there was a pair of emerald green pupils in her black eyes. The black whites of her eyes made the green in her eyes even more dazzling. However, the green in her eyes quickly dimmed and then disappeared. Lin Xiao blinked and turned to look at her body. Only then did she realize that her body had changed. She could see her white skin, completely unharmed in front of her eyes. Other than the strange membrane on her stomach that she didn't know what was going on, everything else had become normal. It wasn't a normal zombie, but a normal human. There were a few vines wrapped around her waist, so that she wouldn't sink to the bottom or float up. Lin Xiao moved her hand, then touched the layer of membrane on her stomach with her hand. She found that she had touched it, but she didn't feel anything on her stomach. She pressed it in, and it directly sank in. It seemed that it would take a long time to repair this place, and it was already like this time. There was only a layer of membrane here, so when would her internal organs and intestines grow out? Suddenly, she thought of her face, and quickly raised her hands to touch her face. Her face was rough, as if the dead skin of a wound was still stuck on her skin. She rubbed her face, and sure enough, she touched the edge of the hard skin. Then, her hands immediately itched to tear off the skin. However, she didn't expect that the dead skin of the scars on her face was so easy to tear off, and a big piece came off with it. It was like peeling skin, tearing here and there. Lin Xiao, who was having fun tearing off, suddenly realized that it was all done. She touched her face, and it was a smooth piece. There was no more dead skin. However, as she touched, she felt that something was a little strange. Suddenly, she rubbed her palm on top of her head, and it turned out to be smooth and smooth. Lin Xiao was immediately dumbfounded. With a blank face, she touched her head for a long time, wondering if she had touched it wrong. Damn. Where's my hair? Although she didn't mind having short hair, it was fine to look like a man. But what was with this sudden cold feeling on her head? What's going on when he touched a big stewed egg? How the hell was she going to go out and meet people without hair? Even if her face was healed, bald head, After silently complaining a few times in her heart, Lin Xiao touched her head twice, and finally reluctantly accepted the fact that she had no hair on her head. Forget it, bald head it is. That's also very stylish. Ha ha ha. She sighed and looked down at the vine wrapped around her stomach. Speak. Where did my hair go? As if sensing Lin Xiao's resentment, the vine stretched out a branch and rubbed it on the softness of her chest. Her breasts grew out. Only then did Lin Xiao see that the two breasts on her chest were also bulging. And the height was not low, and the shape was not small either. There was a thick layer of dead skin on the surface. Lin Xiao, who was itching to touch it, immediately ignored the vine. She raised her hand to scratch the two white peaks on her chest. At this time, the vine quietly loosened the branch on her waist, and then silently retreated. By the time Lin Xiao reacted, she could no longer see the vine. There was still a large amount of dark green energy in the water, and it was many times denser than before. She looked around and touched the top of her head unwillingly. Then, she swam up to the surface of the lake, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 154. Junjun, who was guarding by the lake, held Tong Tong in her arms for a long time. Finally, she saw the movement under the lake calm down. Then she saw a figure come out of the water and swim towards the shore. When she saw a bald head come out of the water, Junjun thought she was wrong. As Lin Xiao swam closer and closer to the shore, Junjun was sure. That was a head. Looking at the beautiful and elegant face under the bald head, she slowly swam from the center of the lake to the shore with a gloomy expression. Junjun stared at the top of her head. Pfft, what a smooth bald head. After seeing Lin Xiao's extremely gloomy expression, Junjun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Lin Xiao glanced at her and found that Tong Tong in her arms had fallen asleep. Then she walked out of the water and revealed her smooth body. She walked to the shore, picked up the clothes she had taken off before, and quickly put them on. After laughing, Junjun turned around and continued to look at Lin Xiao. Even though she had changed her appearance, Lin Xiao's aura hadn't changed. No, the aura was still the same, but it had become much stronger. The sense of oppression she felt had risen to another level. Looking at Lin Xiao, she found that she had restored her appearance. Her facial features were very delicate and beautiful, and it happened to be an oval face. Coupled with the bald head, she looked like an egg no matter how she looked at it. As she looked at her, Junjun laughed again. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at her. Didn't she know that she was very depressed now? How could she laugh? Perhaps Junjun's mood had affected Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong, who had been sleeping soundly just now, woke up. Rubbing her eyes with her hands, she looked around blankly. However, when she saw Lin Xiao, who had just put on her clothes, her bald head, she froze. Who was this? Why did this person have no hair? Where was his hair? Looking at Lin Xiao's current appearance, Tong Tong looked at her with a puzzled expression. After Lin Xiao put on her clothes, she touched her bald head uncomfortably. Then she paused and looked down at her chest. Well, okay. When she had no breasts, she wore a tank top directly. Just now, she put it on out of habit. But now, her breasts had grown, and they weren't small at all. This was especially true for the skin at the front and the two spots where the dead skin had just been peeled off to reveal the new skin. It was also the most sensitive time. Now that she had put on the vest, the front part of the shirt was propped up. And it was sticking to his skin. The moment she moved, the itchy feeling in her chest made her feel uncomfortable. Should she go find a bra to wear now? When Junjun saw Lin Qiao's dumbfounded expression as she lowered her head to stare at her chest, she immediately knew what was going on. Then he thought to himself in amusement, could it be that Lin Qiao still has feelings now? That's right, Lin Qiao now had all 5 senses. Although her eyes were still black, she could no longer see the monochromatic colors of black and white. Instead, it was a variety of colors that normal people could see. The feeling on his skin had also returned. Otherwise, how could the sensitive spot on his chest have made his whole body? His whole zombie body feel bad. But Lin Qiao hadn't noticed this yet. She still didn't know that all her senses had been revived. She only knew that she had to go to Qiu Lily's wardrobe to see if there were any bras that fit her chest size. But when she thought about Qiu Lily's undeveloped body, Lin Qiao felt that the hope of finding a bra in her wardrobe was a bit slim. And she had to find a hat to wear. Thinking about her image, Lin Qiao's mood darkened again. Would her hair grow back? It should be the president. Would she always be like this in the future? With a bald head? No way. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Qiao was dumbfounded again. Damn it. Her face was cured, but what was with this bald head? Why did she always feel that fate was always playing with her? Was this the rhythm of wanting to play her to the point of breaking? After being super depressed for a while, Lin Qiao quickly adjusted her state of mind and began to think angrily. At the same time, he wondered if he had offended some great deity in the heavens. That was why he was messing around. She turned around and walked to Qiu Lily's pile of property. She looked at the perky breasts and estimated them with her eyes. They were probably AD, she couldn't get used to them being so big all of a sudden. Junjun walked behind her with Tong Tong in her arms. Tong Tong's eyes were glued to the back of Lin Qiao's head. He wasn't afraid of Lin Qiao now, but he just felt that it was strange and novel. He really wanted to touch that head. As Lin Qiao walked, she suddenly turned around again. She stared at Junjun's chest and then turned her head back expressionlessly. She continued to walk to Qiu Lily's wardrobe. She estimated that Junjun's should only be a B size. Junjun, sure enough, Lin Qiao only found underwear in Qiu Lily's wardrobe. She had no underwear of her size at all. She looked at Junjun's and realized that she couldn't wear her size either. It seemed that she could only go out and look. She didn't know if there were any stocks left. Too big a chest was also a problem because she couldn't find suitable underwear to wear. Although she couldn't find any underwear to wear, she found a suitable hat. Lin Qiao found a thin scarf and wrapped it around his bald head. Then, he took a black baseball cap and put it on his head. She also put on her sunglasses. Okay. Now her image was that of a strange and suspicious character again. Enduring the strange feeling in her chest, Lin Qiao brought Junjun and Tong Tong out of the space. Qiu Lily immediately sensed them as soon as they came out. She waited for the whole night. In the end, she flipped the biggest turtle over and made it lie on the ground. She then sat on the back of the turtle. Of course, she asked her subordinates to bring a piece of cloth to pad the turtle's shell before sitting on it. When she saw Lin Qiao and the other 2 come out, she immediately stood up from the turtle. But just as she raised her leg to lean toward Lin Qiao, she suddenly paused. Then she looked at Lin Liang up and down, left and right in confusion. Lin Qiao had changed a lot, except for her aura. Her appearance had changed too, and her aura had become much stronger. This time, she sensed Lin Qiao's level, but she still couldn't sense Lin Qiao's strength. But why was she still at level 4? And she had just broken through to level 4. But she clearly sensed that Lin Qiao was giving her a stronger sense of danger this time, almost at the same level as her. Could it be that she had just activated her special ability? Then where did her space come from? Chiao Lily's big red eyes stared at Lin Chao's head, which was suddenly wearing a scarf and hat. She slowly leaned over. Then she curiously circled around Lin Chao a few times before looking at Junjun in confusion. What was going on? What happened to her? How did she become like this in just one night? Chapter 155. Lin Qiao also saw Chiao Lily's eyes. She had only seen the red energy in her eyes before. This time, she could see the original color. She realized that Chiao Lily's eyes were very beautiful. The whites of her eyes were red, but the eyes were black. Lin Qiao looked around. The familiar green grass and the familiar color of the soil. She looked at the lake and found that it was very dark. The lake water was dark green. She looked up at the sky, the blue sky that she hadn't seen for a long time. The morning sun was also colorful. Ah! Did you activate your supernatural ability? Chiao Lily suddenly asked. Hearing Chiao Lily's voice, Lin Qiao came back to her senses and looked at her. Junjun also looked at Lin Qiao strangely. Wasn't that space her supernatural ability? Lin Qiao opened her mouth and wanted to answer her with a roar. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt that her throat and tongue were a little strange. She raised her hand to pinch her throat in confusion, and then her eyes became a little uncertain. Chiao Lily and Junjun saw that her sudden movement of touching her neck was a little strange, and then they saw her expression. They looked at her in confusion. Lin Qiao moved her throat and then opened her mouth. Looking at the two of them, she said tentatively, I. She just said a few words, until she said the word I. She paused, and stared. She looked at Chiao Lily and Junjun in disbelief. At this time, Chiao Lily and Junjun also looked at her as if they had seen a ghost. Just now, did they hear it wrong? Lin Qiao's expression gradually turned from disbelief to surprise. She suddenly raised her hand and took her glasses down. Then she pointed at Chiao Lily with her hand that was holding the glasses and said, You. Then she turned to Junjun and said, She. Finally, she looked at Tong Tong, who was also looking at her curiously. Tong. Although the voice was a little rough, dry, and a little harsh. But it was undeniable that Lin Qiao could say the words, you, me, her, Tong, correctly. Chiao Lily also opened her eyes wide and turned to look at Junjun with a somewhat dazed expression. She saw that Junjun also happened to turn her head to look at her with a dumbfounded expression. Both of their gazes confirmed to each other that they were not dreaming at this moment. Lin Qiao could actually speak. Even though Lin Qiao now looked like a human, they did not forget that she was still a zombie. But now, the zombies were talking. Lin Qiao slowly asked Chiao Lily, what special power? Chiao Lily opened her mouth, wanting to move her throat and tongue. But the sound that came out of her mouth was, your zombie ability. Then, when she realized that the sound she made didn't change, her little face immediately collapsed. Lin Qiao heard that she was talking about his zombie superpower. If it was a superpower, then it would be a miracle. He should first have energy. Although Lin Qiao didn't know why Chiao Lily suddenly asked her about the situation, she seemed to have sensed something after hearing these words. She closed her eyes, trying to feel if there was any energy in her body. Previously, she had always been able to sense other people's energy, but she had never been able to sense her own. But when she closed her eyes, she could still see everything in front of her even though she thought she couldn't see. Just like the three colors of black, gray, and white that she saw before, it also seemed that she could see the outside world when she closed her eyes in the space. At this time, when she closed her eyes, she could still see the things in front of her. But there was no color. She could only see the shape and a few shades of black, gray, and white. Of course, she also saw the color of the energy. Not only were Chiao Lily's eyes red, her whole body was filled with red and green energy. Looking at Junjun, apart from the dark virus in Junjun's body, there was no other energy. But in Tong Tong's small body, there was also a faint green color. Lin Qiao knew that it was the energy of the lake. At this time, a strange fluctuation in her mind attracted her attention. Lin Qiao forcibly blocked everything in front of her. Then she felt a wave of heat coming from her mind. It was warm and very comfortable. Lin Qiao wanted to get closer to this inexplicable heat to feel what it was. And as soon as she thought of it, the heat seemed to have been waiting to be summoned, like her consciousness rushing over. Then it slowly spread to the whole body. When Lin Qiao entered deep into her consciousness to feel the unfamiliar heat, her body's appearance had a very obvious change. Chiao Lily and Junjun, who were originally staying by her side, inexplicably felt their hearts jump. The instinct of zombies to sense danger made the two of them subconsciously retreat immediately. Just when the two retreated a few meters away, they saw a black fog suddenly appear on the surface of Lin Qiao's body. The black fog rolled on the surface of her body. But it didn't spread out as expected. Ah! Chiao Lily suddenly called out to Lin Qiao. Hearing Chiao Lily's call, Lin Qiao suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of green eyes flashed in the black fog, and then quickly disappeared. It wasn't that the eyes disappeared, but turned black. Coincidentally, the fog was black, so now only a pair of dark and shiny black eyes could be seen. As soon as Lin Qiao opened her eyes, she saw a black fog in front of her. She inexplicably raised her hands, and curiously waved them in the fog. She found that no matter how she waved, the fog wouldn't disperse. Quickly put away your fog, it's poisonous. At this time, Chiao Lily called out to Lin Qiao again. As she spoke, she pulled Junjun further away from them. Junjun was surprised and curious to see the strange black fog on Lin Qiao's body, when she heard Chiao Lily say that Lin Qiao's black fog was poisonous. She was so scared that she immediately ran a few steps back with Tong Tong in her arms. At this time, Lin Qiao was thinking of gathering all the fog on her body into her hands, and just happened to hear Chiao Lily's words. Poison? She asked in a dry voice. Thinking about whether controlling the black fog was the same as when she first used the space, Lin Sanju thought to the black fog in her mind, collect. Then she raised her palm, hinting for the black fog to be collected into her hand. Then, as expected, the rolling black fog gathered into her palm, and very quickly, all of it drilled into her palm and disappeared. She looked at Chiao Lily and Junjun, and saw that the two were staring at her with vigilance. Feeling strange, she asked, "You are afraid? You are all zombies, why are you afraid of the poisonous fog?" Junjun didn't say anything, and just nodded. Then she looked at Tong Tong in her arms. Seeing Tong Tong, Lin Qiao immediately understood what she meant. It turned out that she was afraid that Tong Tong would be hurt by her fog. Chiao Lily watched her collect the black fog, and then slowly came over. Your fog makes me feel very dangerous. Lin Qiao also looked at her in surprise, she was already at such a high level. Why would she be afraid of my poisonous fog? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.